748 Old Money.
Right, here we go, Teddy. Goodness me, hang on. It's a bit of a strong, windy day. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome. Hang on. Might have a book down. Goodness me, it's a little bit breezy. Oh, to say the least. Well, welcome to the home of the F-35B, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Let's see what we're going to get. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to RAF Marham. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, on the controls. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but we'll have to hold tight, Teddy. All right, we'll monitor the beret and see how it goes. Welcome to RAF Marham, ladies, gents, teddy bears. But do you know what? Big shout out to the regiment, because they are stationed in number 15 Squadron, RAF Regiment as well, before we commence. Oh yeah! Big shout out there to whoever that was. And this is a station that was a protector, along with Narborough, during the First World War, 1916, as the defender and protector, that's right, of Norfolk, defending against the Zeppelin raids that were wreaking havoc. Big shout out to 2620 Squadron RAF Regiment as well, and 15 Squadron RAF Regiment, along with the 6 RAF Police and Security Squadron F-35, the Lightning Force units HQ. So, flying components, we do have both Royal Navy and Royal Air Force squadrons here, along with, this is the schooling of the F-35B, that's correct, you heard me. So we'll start off with 207 Squadron, which is like 29 Squadron, 24 Squadron. These are OCUs, operational conversion units. So number 207 started life as number 7 Naval Air Squadron all the way back in 1916. Their previous aircraft have included the Airco DH-9A, the Lancaster, the Valiant, and even the Tucano. They've had a pretty much an operational conversion unit, or shall we say a training role, for quite a while. When they formed in Petit-Cintre in France in 1916, they were formed as an RAF squadron as 207 in 1918, which was the birth year of the Royal Air Force, where they merged with the Royal Naval Air Service along with the Royal Air Force. 1938 they were operating the Ferry Battle, operating out of Cottesmore, also operating in Northolt as well, London, as a communications squadron. Reformed in 2002 at RAF Linton-on-Ouse, conducting BFJT, so that's basic fast jet training for the Royal Air Force and Royal Navy pilots. Now, although they disbanded 10 years later, they came back in 2019, stood up as RAF Marham's F-35 operational conversion unit. We've also got the legendary 617 Squadron here as well. They've, you know, with their history with the Lancaster as Squadron X, with Wing Commander Guy Gibson, they also spent a lot of time. In fact, the main operations were at RAF Woodhall Spa, which was indeed RAF Coningsby satellite station. So, started off with the Dams Raid, 1943. They've also operated the Lincoln, Vulcan, and the English Electric Canberra, along with here with the Panavir Tornado. Yes, I pronounce it in a different way because that's the way I am. After me, the flood is their motto. And they stood up as an F-35B squadron. And it was pretty amazing. In fact, it was in preparation to becoming the UK's first ever frontline Lockheed Martin F-35B Lightning unit when they reformed in 2016. In 2018, 4 of their Lightnings arrived here at Marham. Now, a little bit of a fun fact, actually I'll tell you one more squadron here, 809 Squadron, the Immortals, who stood up again relighted in December 2023, took their first ever sortie here in 2024 January, their first ever training sortie, call it what you like, they were here. Now the F-35B Lightning, now there is one more squadron, actually one more squadron, but they're not based here, number 17 Squadron, which is a test and evaluation squadron, so a little bit like 41 Squadron, who test and evaluate all the latest and greatest ordnance and all the fun stuff and software, even taking off from taxiways, that kind of thing. Number 17 operate out of Edwards Air Force Base in America. Now you may notice a little fun fact that I'm going to get you. Not only am I going to show you the whole aspects of the F-35B with its 1.2 ton used just to keep it stovall, I know, right? I will talk to you all about what you need to know about the F-35B, how it works, how it hovers. But on a little bit of a fun fact, the number 2 is omitted in the Royal Air Force. That's correct, because this is indeed the Royal Air Force's 3rd Lightning. Now officially, yes, trademark, copyright and all that kind of stuff, it is Lockheed Martin F-35B Lightning 2. However, the Royal Air Force have had 3 Lightnings now with this. First was the P-38, and I've spoken about that quite briefly, how it didn't... Oh, I didn't even know I had my radio up here, I better get rid of that. Let's turn that off for a minute. Yes, so the P-38 Lightning for the Royal Air Force, when it was ordered, they had about 3 first of all, with a another batch of, I can't remember how many it was. It was a significant batch, but they received the first 3. One of the things that they noticed was the underpowered. Now in the original P-38 Lightning's booms, their twin boom, they had the beautiful turbo in there. That's right, the amazing superchargers in there and turbochargers. However, it lacked this, and oh dear. One of the other distinctive features on the original P-38s with the United States Army Air Force was the contra-turning propellers. So they span inwards, okay? The Royal Air Force didn't want that. They were so used to things turning in one direction. However, this proved to be a bit of an error, so they weren't happy with it, so cancelled. And then of course the 1960s brought upon with great vertically aligned engines, was indeed the English Electric Lightning. So this, being called a Lightning, is now the 3rd Lightning. They didn't go down the route of calling it the Lightning 3, they just called it the Lightning. End of. That was it. F-35B. Lovely. So the engine is slightly different to... Do you know, it's been a while since I've given you the whole spiel of the F-35's engine. Now, they've linked up now, although it's a Lockheed Martin, you'd be surprised how many companies are involved in the actual build. You've got BAE, you've got Grumman, Northrop. There is quite a few components in there, and of course all the landing gear, tyres, different manufacturers. But one of the things that we do need to note is Rolls-Royce. They give this a lift. Want a lift? Call Rolls-Royce, because they have the lift system itself. I'll go through all of it in a moment with you once these, I think it's 2. Possibly, no idea. I certainly heard 2 startups earlier. I'll talk to you about how Rolls-Royce's 1.2 tons was added just to make a variant in demand for something in effect to replace the Harrier. Now this technically now becomes the world's most advanced fighter jet because of the fact that not only is it 5th generation stealth, but it can also hover. Now the free BSM, as it's called, the free bearing swivel module. Don't worry if you have no idea what I'm talking about, because I will give you the full tour of the F-35B a little bit later on. Yes, I have one here with me. The beautiful lift system. Now the thrust vector, so to speak, is not your traditional F-22 style thrust vector where it can start doing all these fancy extra additional moves. There is no need for it on the F-35B, so they used just for stovall purposes. Max speed that you can initiate the stovall is around 250 miles per hour. It is literally just so that you can land or anywhere you want, really, literally, on Tesco supermarket, Asda. Other supermarkets are available, but one of our favorites is Argos. You've also got these landing pads that are here. Now they're 67 by 67 meters with a landing zone of 30.5 meters for the actual landing zone. So they're quite large pads. There's about 3 landing pads here, named beautifully as 1, 2, and 3. There you go. That's all you need to know, because you need to know. So So that said, we've got that covered. You can also land on pretty much anywhere you want. You can land on a carrier, but it's also got a short takeoff component. Now, if you've never seen a short takeoff, goodness me, what does all this mean, a short takeoff? Well, ladies, gents, teddy bears, the free BSM, free bearing swivel module that's put in by Rolls-Royce, one of about 5 or 6 extra bits that I'll talk about in just a moment. The USS Mackinac Island has a length of about 257 meters, about 257 meters or so, 256, 257. It can take off from that little amount of carrier. That is absurd. Very small, not a lot. It can do a short takeoff. Even the Harriers did this because people go, oh no, it's a short takeoff. The Harrier could take off vertically. Not quite, because the Harrier could take off as a short takeoff when it was fully loaded, fully fueled. It could not, just like the F-35B, although it can. The Harrier and the F-35B, of course, they can vertically take off, but they didn't, and the F-35B doesn't, because when it's fully loaded and fully fueled, you're not really going to be able to, you're going to annoy the aircraft, too much weight, so you do what's called a short takeoff. And the Harriers, AV-8s, they all did short takeoffs when they were fully loaded and fully fueled. There you go, setting the record straight, Ted Coningsby style. Now, the engine is very complex and beautiful. Now, the Pratt & Whitney's F135 PW600 makes it a little bit different to the F135 PW100, which is on the F-35A. I've read conflicting sources about the F-35C having the PW400. Whether that's true or not really sure. They seem to have a few differences, but we'll call it a PW400, shall we? I just need to contact Pratt & Whitney just to confirm. But some suggest it's a PW400 on the F-35C. The F-35A has the PW100, the F135 PW100. They're all F135s. However, the F-35B has a bit of Rolls-Royce with it as well. They've got a lift fan in there, a twin counter-rotating blisk and disc. Okay, it's got a bit of both, which I'll explain in a moment. And Rolls-Royce have also got their shaft, which connects to the front of the F135 engine. This delivers 29 shaft horsepower. This is how you power up your Rolls-Royce lift fan. All right. Now, the cold thrust, because it's actually got 2 thrusts to keep it hovering, it's actually got 20,000 pounds of cold power to that, pounds of thrust for cold. All right, but I'm going to go into more detail on how it hovers, how it rolls, and all that kind of stuff in a little bit later on, after hopefully these depart as well. Welcome to the show, Perez, Mattman Bush, Wibbs, Aspen, Darren, Peter Atkins, Alan Burden, Dot Doolittle, which is Leah, LEJ Approach, Margot, Daniel Roberts, Doctor. Morning to you all, Dieter, Davey. What's going on? The traffic you can hear above the skies is most likely Lakenheath or other stations with fighters. Doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show, PW003. What's going on? Captain A, LEJ Approach. How we all doing? Babs, all the regulars. How we doing? If we all just give us a thumbs up, you've been cleared for a short takeoff on the like button. That'll be wonderful. The Bat Purple, how you doing? It just gets things going. You may see some absolutely giant hares here, or rabbits, whichever. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the screen at the moment, but there we go. Got Nut Ace from Switzerland. What's going on? Keep it sweet, keep it neat in the chat room, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Do of course, our regulars all know the rules, but if you're new, just take a quick click on the pin comment there, which some of the words I've had to combine them just to, because you can only put so many. Is that Rodders? Yeah, it probably is. Perez, how you doing? Davey, Wibbs, how's it all going? Peter Atkins, hope we're all good. It was a bit in an R about whether I was going to be here today or not due to the weather. It's okay, it's doable for now. Let's see how we get on. A big shout out to all personnel at Marham. Big shout out to the crew in the tower. The TATCC East, the Terminal Air Traffic Control Centre, located at Marham. Oi oi to you, and I'm still lovingly a proud owner of that patch you gave me. Thank you very much for that. Very, very nice. For those who don't know about the TATCC East at Marham, they operate a centralised hub for air traffic service delivery in the region, reducing the need for a dispersed radar staff and enhancing coordination. Okay, sounds like they're on the move. Here we go. And this is the only station in the UK to have a 5th gen hovering about. It ain't no bother to hover. And you can get yourself a Ain't No Bother to Hover t-shirt from our tedconingsby.co.uk online store. That's right, tedconingsby.co.uk, click shop, and you can have a good time. Available in, I think they class it as graphite. It's a pretty cool colour, and you may notice that Ted's actually flying the F-35B. Doctor, how you doing? Hope you're good. Hope to see you at Lossiemouth as well. Hopefully it's not just flexing. Sounds like they're flexing, to be honest. Oh well. If it is, we've got a bit of a long wait, maybe. Oh no, it is on the move. You know, I was having a bit of a sunken feeling there for a minute. But I saw the flashy. There we go. Oh, hello, mate. There we go. 2 F-35Bs. Here we go. Max speed, Mach 1.6. It doesn't have an internal cannon like the A variant. Max G rating at +7. And it's got a lot of loiter time. Max payload, 15,000 pounds of goodies. Oh, hello. Now there is a taxiway that I think it's closed, so let's see how they're going to taxi. They might be using the might be backtracking or using another taxiway. Let's have a look. What I love about Marham is just like anywhere else really, you never know what you're going to get. You can get some fun stuff going on. So maybe backtracking. Backtrack is where you use the runway and taxi with it, but going the opposite direction to that of in use. But that doesn't look like the runway to me. That is another taxiway. Hello. Hello. Now we've seen F-18s here, we've seen Typhoons of various countries here. They can get some exotic aircraft as well. F-15s from the from Lakenheath. We can have 493rds, F-35As. We've had all sorts here, haven't we? We've had Italian F-35As. We've had it all here, really. We've had a good variety, so you never know. Every day is different. With the Ted Coningsby channel, almost, probably, maybe. So 6 external hardpoints along with 4 internal hardpoints for the F-35, all variants. I think. It's got me thinking, actually. Definitely the A and definitely the C. I've just had this funny thought about the B. I'll have to come back to you on that one. Going in the in a like an aluminium Nissan hut. Look, there you go, a little special F-35 tunnel there. So 2 to leave runway 23 in use. Now I can still hear, here we go. Specification. Now, I did say I can hear more F-35s, but the thing is, I'm not sure if it was just the sound bouncing around. So in a moment, I should be able to tell you if there's any more. I'm not sure anymore, you see that little sound has gone, that little high-pitched ringing of the Pratt & Whitney engine, but I'll let you know in just a moment. It is a wonderful aircraft. Not too many countries operate it. I know Italy, Japan, and of course the United States with the US Navy, Marine Corps, Royal Navy, Royal Air Force, who operate the F-35B. So a lovely start. So just 1 minute I think I can hear it, and next minute I can't. So let's have a quick look at the F-35. Goodness me, how we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. In a moment I'll just show you the F-35B and its lift system. So of course it's got all the usual stealth 5th generation attributes that it has. Yeah, it's been a while. I had a look. I think it was 2nd of February the last time we were here. And one of the things I'm going to talk about, I'm going to bring the F-35B to life for you, so you can have a real understanding of how it hovers for those that are not sure. But it is Rolls-Royce actually put in the lift into the technology for the world's most advanced 5th generation fighter jet at the moment, and it is literally, from what I can see, it's unrivaled performance, and it's the Rolls-Royce lift system, and it comes in part of the latest and greatest in digital technology and fan system technology to deliver responsive, precise and powerful short takeoff, as we mentioned as well, when you are fully loading the aircraft and fully fueling it. And the STOVL, which is what it's classed, the B variant, has minimal impact on the total airframe weight. Now the system, it is actually in a way a descendant of the Pegasus engine, so they've had many years of experience, and obviously having, you know, taking on the Harrier and learning from it, but adding this technology to the 5th generation aircraft, that is the F-35. Now it comprises of a Rolls-Royce lift fan, which I'll show you, which weighs about 1.2 tons. Now that is a bit of a sacrifice, because you are just adding 1.2 tons to make it hover. All right, basically it's got the drive shaft Rolls-Royce, these parts are Rolls-Royce free bearing, swivel module, the free BSM, and of course the roll posts, which I'll explain in a moment. So a combined short takeoff and vertical landing STOVL capability, total thrust 40,000. It can actually have the reheat on there, or afterburner, 29,000 of shaft horsepower. But let's have a little look without me going on too much. Let's show you around. How are we doing, by the way? I hope we're all good. I'll be on the stream in just a minute. There's our F-35B, as I've explained before. It is amazing, and you know, the prototype had a few differences as well. The hood, the lift fan's hood, actually had 2 doors here. They had a few different designs, which I will explain in a moment. Now I want you to understand that current, you know, at the moment, with the F-35B, it has the RAM, the radar absorbing material, just like all the 3 variants. Don't know how long I can stand up here for, but I'll try. You'll notice, so take note of all the serrations as well. All these, even on the, I mean, these are clever as well, and I'll explain all that in just a moment. All these serrations, even on the landing gear, everywhere you look, there are serrations, these zigzags everywhere, and they're there for good reason as well. You'll also notice the sapphire here on the EOTs, the electro-optical targeting system, the acrylic canopy, which has been coated with special electro-optical material to absorb, so radar absorbing again. Another question is why bother with, you know, tint in the canopies? It's literally, all right, the main answer is to hide, you know, to stop the radar frequencies going in there, radio waves going in there and bringing back, because I don't know if you know, but the canopy is one of, again, the cockpit is one of the worst areas where radar frequencies can bounce around and return to sender. That's how stealth works. Stealth is measured on radar cross section. It's what comes back. Basically, if this was not stealth, for example, it had no stealthy anything, what will happen is that an omnidirectional primary radar sends frequencies at a speed of light everywhere, and it's omnidirectional. There's no one direction, regardless of transponder on and off, because transponders work with different things, and I'll explain on another show maybe. Radio waves are going everywhere, and then once it hits and makes impact with what looks like an aircraft, it's what comes back to the ground stations. Okay, they talk to each other with radar, and then that's what pings on a air traffic controller's radar. Now if it looks like an aircraft, it's pretty much game over. However, how do you stop that? You have radar absorbing material, which the SR-71 was, I believe, the first to use this. It has iron particles in there. So to give you an idea, the radar absorbing material was taken into account for this as well. So Lockheed Martin put out a patent for this special paint with iron particles, and what that does, it basically burns away the radio waves. Very clever. Radio waves absorption spectrum of 0.1 megahertz all the way to 60 gigahertz, leaving not a chance for an S-400 to pick up either. So very clever stuff. Also, serrations as well make angle of incidence, angle of reflection, that kind of thing. So that's what the zigzags are all about. And also the radar absorbing tape, if you have different material, as it makes impact, it weakens the return signal. But anyway, that's enough of basic radar absorbing, basically the fifth generation stealth attribute. To give you an idea, if it was to register on a radar, which it does get detected, it's basically a golf ball, 5 centimeters squared. Again, I just want to highlight the biggest misconception of stealth is that it is invisible. If it was invisible, they would have called it invisible technology. Stealth does not mean invisible. It will be detected at some point. The whole point of stealth is to get the job done for it to be too late for your enemy aircraft, aircraft and enemy radar. All right, now back to Rolls-Royce. So imagine all this weight that's been sacrificed, right? But anyway, when this initiates the STOVL mode, the auxiliary air intake opens up here. All right, once that opens, and what's nice is that you can actually see Rolls-Royce's shaft here that delivers the power from the Pratt & Whitney's F135, which is all this, the F135 PW600 variant, and it delivers 29,000 shaft horsepower to the lift fan here. All right, now when that the whole point is like an extra auxiliary intake to stop FOD getting in, because you've got to remember that it's going to cause a bit of a problem, okay, with FOD. So that's what that's all about. And then this opens as well. You'll notice this, and I've just noticed I'm missing a piece here. Oh dear, I've no idea where that's gone. So oh dear, bit more technology there. I got a bill to pay from Lockheed Martin. But anyway, this opens up, and this is the bottom end of the Rolls-Royce lift fan. So let's take a little look what's going on here. So a 50-inch diameter blisk, the top one is a blisk, and it's turning, I don't know what way it's turning. I'm going to guess 50-50 in it. I'm going to guess the top rotates clockwise, and then underneath is another rotating, but a blade system, a traditional disc with blades put on it, spinning the other way. This gives 20,000 pounds of cold thrust. So it's like having an engine pointing vertically, basically, a vertically aligned engine. Now, I mentioned about two doors being here and zigzags and stuff. On the prototype, it actually affected the air going in. All right, so they found that it was best to keep it rounded. That's the reasons for that. So you've got a 50-inch diameter blisk and disc counter-rotating engine pretty much in there, and that is like having a bit of a helicopter equipment in there. Now the thrust coming down there is a max of 20,000 pounds of cold thrust, but that's still not going to make it hover. Just a quick one. I'm going to leave this bit for a minute. I've just got to hope I remember. All right. Now, because of the weight, there is no internal cannon. You can see it's gone. The internal cannon, 1.2 tons. All right. Now, you've got all that thrust going at the back. Now, I just want to point out there's also roll posts here and here, and I'll talk about them in a minute. I'm going to talk about these grills, these slats that move. Now, at the back, you've got our thrust vector called a free bearing swivel module. It's called a free bearing swivel module because it rotates in 3 sections. So it can go to 45 degree for a short takeoff, which is absolutely impressive. Not even 256 meters in use. And a good, can go 95 degrees as well. All this in just 2.5 seconds to get down to there. Now, you've got about 40,000 pounds of thrust. You can have afterburner going on there and stuff. So you've got thrust here and thrust there. That'll keep you hovering, and you can initiate the STOVL mode at a maximum 250 miles per hour. Okay, we're hovering now. Now what? So if you want to move forward and back, these slats actually tilt at an angle so that it can move forward and back. There you go, that's how it moves forward and back. If you want to move left and right and pitch left and right, no problem. They're called roll posts. The bypass air going in actually has these little roll posts, again, Rolls-Royce, and this can make the aircraft go from left to right, forward and back. So it can do all that. All right, there you go, and that's how it hovers. You've also got elevators here. Also, one of the things that is quite important to understand, I'm waiting for a good definition from a pilot. When it's hovering and it's about to land, okay, hover style, the weapons bay actually opens, and I can't remember why it does that. I totally forgot. Is it the hot gases? Is it the pressure that's been built as it's pushing down? I actually can't remember, but I'd love to ask a pilot why the weapons bay opens when it goes down. So when it's hovering around and stationary, it doesn't really open, but when it's on descent vertically, it opens the weapons bay. I'm not sure if it's to do with the airflow. My guess is going to be airflow and probably hot gases, like basically maybe like an influx. Maybe it damages it, but there we go. There we go there now. Well, I can confirm that I can't hear any Pratt & Whitney engines down there at the moment, but we certainly got F-35s there for later. So short takeoff it can do, I don't know if you've ever seen it, it's amazing. And it will do a short takeoff just like the Harrier when the Harrier was fully loaded as well. LEJ Approach, how you doing? Aspen, Aryan, DG, Dita, how you doing? Darren WS. Good question, Ronald Hammer. Nikos, does Rolls-Royce make a similar engine? It's the only one I can think of its kind that's available to the public. Although, just like Northrop Grumman, they are probably making stuff and destroying stuff. Trust me, that is without doubt something that has been going on since the age of time of aviation. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're all good and well. Yeah, I'm gonna next time I see a pilot on the F-35 here at Marham, I'll just ask them. It'd be nice to hear it, really, why it does that. So welcome to RAF Marham, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hopefully we'll get some vertical landings. That's what it's all about here. Yeah, to save and ahhing, like I said, I will just go and ask a pilot. It's the only way you're going to get the right and correct answer without sort of thinking, oh, it's got to be this, got to be that. So leave it with me. I will ask. I wouldn't trust Google on that one, I'm afraid. So it's a bit of a windy one today, so I'll see how long I can hang on for. But oh goodness me, that's a big air. Wow. I've just missed it. There's quite a few of them coming now, actually. Oh, they've come through. Some speed, isn't it? And the size. What do they eat here, man? You gotta love wildlife, man. You know, plane spotting and wildlife goes hand in hand, doesn't it? Amazing. That was cool. That was brilliant. I couldn't believe they got through. I was like, okay, here we go. Oh, it's nice when that... Do you know what? When that wind just stops, it's like, oh, that's quite nice. Oh my word, what, Watership Down? What, the cartoon that traumatized every single child in Britain? I mean, we've had, do you know, before March, prior to March last year, we used to have some very busy days here. You know, a minimum of 10, you know, and usually all of them vertically landing or something, you know, we used to get 4 ships, that kind of thing. But just one of those things, it'll pick up one day. It'll pick up, it'll be all good. Ashley Hardiman, how you doing? Hope you're good, hope you enjoy it. Jacko through. Yeah, I mean, we had from Amberley Air Force Base, if off the top of my head, 32 Squadron, wasn't it? C-17 of the Royal Australian Air Force on the overhead at RAF Valley, and performed a practice diversion, or a diversion of some description. It was a low approach and it was a lovely surprise. Do have one canopy open, but let's see what we're gonna get. I mean, there is the exercise Cobra Warrior, so it could be those two for Cobra Warrior as well. Don't know if you can hear that wind. It's pretty brutal here. How's everyone doing? Hope you're all good and well. Welcome to RAF Marham. Found my piece of F-35, so that's all good. Let's see what we've got here now. This thing's taken a battering, isn't it? Got another piece of Marham's history here, right here actually. Really windy. Nearly there. Just getting Ted ready for the next bit. So coming up very shortly, we'll talk about the tornado that, goodness me, I might actually lose my hat at this rate. Wow. So yeah, we're going to have a look at the tornado. I don't think I've got, or have I? I'm going to have a look, see if I've got the a piece of high pressure compressor. I might have left it at home. Silly me. Yeah, so one iconic aircraft, which indeed the F-35B here replaced, was indeed the Tornado, and it's got some amazing history. And I've got a 12 Squadron GR4, I think it is. So I'll bring that on the screens in just a moment. So yeah, one amazing thing. And like I said, I'm going to try and do things a little bit different every now and again. I'll pick an aircraft and talk about it. So yeah, it was during 1980 to 1983. A lot of changes to Marham. And don't forget, the station served as a Royal Flying Corps airfield back in 1916. But during 1980 and 1983, hardened aircraft shelters, HAS, about 24 of them constructed, and it was to house another legendary aircraft, a future strike aircraft, which would eventually see here the arrival of the Panavia Tornado GR1, and that was in 1982. And the first one to ever come here was Zulu Alpha 601, and that was on the 24th of April 1982. It came all the way from BAE Wharton in preparation for the reformation of the squadron that's already here, 617 Dambuster Squadron, and they stood up in 83 on the 1st of January, so new year and new aircraft for them. And shortly followed was 27 Squadron, which reformed at Marham in 1983 on the 12th of August as well. So pretty amazing amazing stuff, really, the Tornado, which I'll show you in just a moment. Also got 12 Squadron as well, and number 27 Squadron, they disbanded in September 1993. I can't remember if they went on straight there to the Chinook, which always fascinates me. Like, they're flying Tornadoes and now they're a Chinook Squadron, and they disbanded in September in 1993 with its aircraft and crew transferring to number 12 Squadron, who they moved to Lossiemouth. I'm just trying to think if 12 Squadron were here. I don't think they were they? They were at Lossiemouth all that time, I'm thinking. Perry might know as well. 31 Squadron as well arrived here from Germany, 17th of August. And what I love about 31 Squadron, I love this story, they landed at 13:31 precisely. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And I've got one of the, I think is it that livery? Yeah, could be. I've got a special tale for you, 12 Squadron as well. I mean, the Tornado went on quite, you know, for some time, from 83, I think, to about, I'm trying to remember when the last one, I'm trying to remember when, oh gosh, I'm just scratching my head here. So I think 12 Squadron were here. I'm pretty sure they were here as well. And the last 8 and the farewell. I'm just trying to think of the farewell. I've lost. Is it 2016, the farewell? Or was it before that? The Tornado completely retired from service on the 1st of April. I know it was 2019. Does anyone remember the... I know Perry would know this. Does anyone remember when the actual... 14th of March... the disbanding parade of number 9B Squadron and 31 Squadron. But there was a trying to think for Marham, I'm going to go with 2019 then. That'll be it. But anyway, without me talking away, let's have a little look at this Tornado. Let's have a little look, innit? Now then, it did have bits and pieces on it, but it got a bit emotional. Oh, it was 2019. Thank you. Right, let's have a look, because this was my childhood amazing. Look at this. Look at that. Lovely Tornado, isn't it? Beautiful aircraft. And 70 degrees swept. I think I'm going to end up breaking this if I'm not careful. Look at that, a 12 Squadron market. I think this was a Lossiemouth special, I think it was. But look at that, a nice. This is the GR4 ground attack and reconnaissance version. Beautiful. There were extras on here, which I'll have to show you separately. What an amazing legendary aircraft. I'm really gutted I haven't got the... Oh gosh, what was I going to say? I've actually got a piece of the engine with me, and I have shown you the engine on the screens before, but goodness me. And you have to go back to 1967 for the Tornado. It was a design collaboration of countries of Germany, Belgium, Italy, Holland, for a joint production of an aircraft to replace their Starfighter. But the F-104 was a supersonic fighter that was able to carry out low-level attack and reconnaissance, and at time when Britain had been finding a replacement for the Canberra again, which served about 50 odd years here, which was amazing. Thanks, man. Which was amazing. And they were going to replace the Canberra with the TSR-2, but of course that didn't happen. That was cancelled in 1965, and Britain and Canada actually joined as well. So there was going to be quite a few countries joining the Tornado production. But the problem is, you've got to remember, the more countries you involve, the more their requirements, you know, and then you start to get a few disagreements, I think. But Britain and Canada also joined the plan, but like I said, the problem was you have more countries involved to match each country's needs. So Belgium, Holland and Canada actually pulled out, leaving Britain with 42.5%, Germany at 42.5%, and Italy with 15% stake on the project, which was a stake in a company known as Panavia at the time. Now, in 1969, Turbo Union was formed for the engine development, and a consortium just like Eurofighter involved Rolls-Royce of Britain, MTU of Germany and Fiat of Italy. Meanwhile, Britain became the first export customer for the Phantom F4, as originally the F-111K's orders that they were cancelled, and it was number 6 Squadron who was the first operational RAF unit to operate the McDonnell Douglas Phantom, officially re-equipping with the Phantom FGR2 in May 1969 at RAF Coningsby. Now, it was a little bit different, the Phantom, for the RAF, because it was a Spey-engined Rolls-Royce Spey engine. It is quite amazing, isn't it? So you'll notice that the sort of like the inlet fuselage looked a bit different on the Royal Air Force ones. But in its early stages, this was designated as an MRCA, a multi-role combat aircraft, and it was also decided to have a single seat and yeah, I know they were going to do a single seat and a family version as well, basically you know, like a two-seater. All right. So the Turbo Union began work based in Bristol, England, and designed by Rolls-Royce. The RB199 was indeed developed for the twin engines for this. Now, the 4 main clients for the MRCA would be the Luftwaffe, the Marineflieger, which is the Germany's navy, and the Italian Air Force and the Royal Air Force. And all 4 clients had different requirements which would impact the Tornado's design. The RAF wanted a 2-seater, all-weather, low-level attack aircraft. The variable geometry wing, the swing wing layout, was chosen, and a single seat for the MRCA was scrapped, and 900 were initially ordered, around 400 for our Royal Air Force. It is amazing, isn't it? I mean, I love your for those that have done that Mac Loop photos of it as well. It's just such a great aircraft. But we'll talk about the variants such as the F2 and F3 and GR1s in just a sec. So there was also other companies such as Texas Instruments contracted for the radar, also Ferranti for the inertial navigation system. And in 1973 the prototype was ready, and in 1974 it began engine runs and flew her maiden flight on the 14th of August of 1974. It took off from Munich and flew for 30 minutes, and on the 30th of October that same year the British assembled prototype, which was XX946, took for a maiden flight at Warton. By 1976 there were 9 prototypes. Typhoon actually had 7. They were DA1s to 7, but here we had 9 prototypes for this, and it was officially named at the time Tornado. And it was a long project, 13 years to reach to operational deliveries, and it had around 5,000 hours of flight tests. As it was a multinational project, all 3 countries chose to form a joint training unit called the Trinational Tornado Training Establishment, the TTTE. and that was located at RAF Cottesmore. Instructors of each airframe were trained by Tornado test pilots. Then the instructors would then train the others. The first RAF Tornado, ZA320 and ZA322, were delivered to the TTTE at RAF Cottesmore on the 1st of July 1980. Now the Triple TE, I'm going to do it like that, all three countries' pilots and navigators, they actually combined and mixed with each other, so an RAF pilot could fly with a German navigator. Now this was great, as they could familiarise other nationalities flying in different terrain, share tactics, and German beer too. Just kidding. But the Triple TE did it actually worked, and it expanded, and once the training was complete to fly the Tornado, it was time to train for combat. Now, formed in June 1981 at RAF Honington, this was chosen to become the Tornado weapons conversion unit where combat training would take place. It was number 9B Squadron, famous green bats with that famous green bat tail at RAF Lossy Mouth, if you remember them. They were the first frontline squadron. They became the first ever frontline squadron in the world to operate the Tornado when it formed on the 1st of June 1982, having received the first Tornado GR1 ZA586 on the 6th of January 1982. Two more squadrons were formed at RAF Marham in 1983, which was 617 Dambusters on the 1st of January and 27 Squadron on the 12th of August. Now, you may have heard other variants. So there are three initial ones, so IDS, so it's an interdictor strike version, or GR1 in the RAF service. You've got to remember that aircraft are designated as different names in different air forces. The ECR, which is the electronic combat reconnaissance version as well. And then of course you got the ADV, the air defense variant, which we called the F2, and then later the F3 in the Royal Air Force's service. So pretty cool, isn't it? Let's have a quick look around, and I'm going to explain to you a little bit about the fly-by-wire. This is at a 543, and it was literally quite heavy. I've actually got that part. I know where the other bit is, the missing part. I know my models. They yeah, but look, you can see, in you can see, have a little sneaky look, but amazing. And let's sweep these wings back a minute. I've got some. I've got here. Let me just get them for you. I've got some of the ordnance and the big pieces there, which I'll just show you in one sec. Right, let's just pop. It's a little bit windy, so some of the bits are literally, sorry for the pun, flying off. Right, let's have a quick look. Right, let's get our Tornado. Oh, yeah, I did actually have the ordnance actually put onto this. So the Tornado GR1, it was a superb low-level ground attack, powered by two Turbo Union RB199s, and I'm gutted because I did have the high pressure compressor to show you one of the stages. It was rated at the time 9,100 pounds dry with 16,900 pounds of thrust with afterburner each. Top speed was Mach 2.2 and Mach 1.2 at sea level, and its amazing avionics allowed the Tornado to maintain supersonic speeds at just 100 feet. And it could also pack heavy as well and carry 18,000 pounds of ordnance. That's the same as an F-35A. So the ordnance carried here is the same as this. Okay, so compared to the Typhoon empty weight, so the Typhoon's empty weight at 24,000 pounds, the Tornado's empty weight weighed a massive 30,000 pounds and 622, similar to the F-35B actually. From conventional bombs to a single 500 kilo nuclear bomb, 500 kiloton nuclear bomb, and 1,000-pound conventional paveway laser guided bombs, Tornadoes had LRMTSs in the nose. which I'm going to get you some bits and pieces of this, which stands for Laser Ranger and Mark Target Seeker, and specialised avionics system used primarily on the Royal Air Force strike aircraft during the Cold War era to enhance precision target on them. And one Tornado, using the LRMTS system, one Tornado can actually fire the paveway, while another, using the LRMTS, can actually guide it. I mean, how cool is that? Two of you, one firing and the other Tornado guiding it. That's amazing. So fully loaded, it had a combat radius of 900 miles, which is amazing. And the GR1 at the time actually had two guns, two 27mm Mauser cannons. Now the Mauser cannon, the 27mm, is the same as the Typhoon one. So there we go. So in 1984, 617 Squadron actually took part in a bombing contest hosted by the United States Air Force Strategic Air Command, and contestants represented their elite of their air forces. And the scores, well, 617 Squadron, representing the Royal Air Force, took first place and second in individual events, second in the pairs, and first and third against the United States Air Force's F-111. Is it the same, or can we compare it to an F-111? The Tornado is a later aircraft, and the F-111 would really be better compared to, well, what would have been the TSR-2. I mean, the Tornado has slight less range as the F-111. It's, you know, with that being a long-range strategic bomber. The F-111 is a larger aircraft. Basic navigation F-111s, but later upgrades to the F-111s gave it similar capabilities to the Tornado, but in a much larger aircraft. The Tornado was no stranger to green and red flag exercises simulating war threat scenario, aggressors, policies, identifying enemy aircraft, that kind of thing. It's basically like a real life scenario, but you know, enabling crew and navigators, pilots to be engaged in a safe war environment, but not, obviously it's staged, but there you go. But we know that in the RAF there are various sorties from low level to basic fighter maneuvers, but during the time of the Tornadoes you might be surprised to know that the flight plans were actually recorded onto good old cassette. Now, I did see that actually mentioned earlier. The Tornado was done at the cassette preparation ground station. The navigator will enter the route information on an electronic map table, plan the ground sheet, ground speeds, fuel flow and all that kind of stuff, and other info related, typed it onto a computer, and the system is transferred onto a cassette, which is then loaded in the Tornado's cockpit recorder. You know, we're talking about waypoints, targets, the full plan, and shown on two screens in the rear of the cockpit. I mean, for those that don't know what a tape is, here's one I made earlier. So you're going in your cassette plan, and and there you go. You know, you type out your plan, you pop, but obviously don't put this in and record over it. That would be emotional. Although I'd like to see what this would look like in the back of the Tornado and see what kind of flight plan we're going to get. Buzz the tower. That is a good old cassette. So you're literally gonna open that up, and yeah, you put your flight plan in, and then so basically fuel flow, the whole lot in one of these. You plug it in, I don't know what way, I can't remember, it was this way, wasn't it? So that way, sometimes you'd have to pop it in. Oh my goodness me, all that tape there. Let me just put that back safely, because it's probably worth a fortune now. Let's just pop that in there now. There we go. So one of these, plug that in, and then you got your whole plan. Let me just put that somewhere safe there now. So I bet you didn't know that, or some of you would know anyway. So so there you go. And the Tornado, even we heard this at RIAT. I didn't know this, but the Tornado has a horn. Yep, meep meep, when the canopy opens, that is. So the Tornado was the first European military aircraft designed with fly-by-wire system. We all know that the F-16 was the first, but for Europe, this was the first, which was known as CSAS, Command and Stability Augmentation System. CSAS was essential for stabilizing the aircraft during high speed, low level flight. There were 2 computers, one for pitch and one for roll and yaw, and even had a get you home or safe mode system, just like the ECU malfunctions on your car. It will get you home if faults occur in CSAS, or you know, due to battle damage. Direct electrical links would actually take over the hydraulics, and the CSAS fly-by-wire will move all inputs for a smoother ride. So it had a safety feature as well with that. The Tornado was equipped with terrain following radar, so a bit like Lantern, and it was called the Navitac system, like today's Lantern on the F-15. Goodness me, that's windy. The Tornado incorporated a combined navigation attack Doppler radar that simultaneously scanned for targets, conducting full automated terrain following for low-level flight operations. It was also able to conduct all-weather hands-off low-level flight, considered one of the most core advantages of the Tornado. The feeds via the autopilot, but the system is computerized with a main computer, but this was needed to be done manually, inputted by the navigator. There was indeed the ADV version, that we called it the F2 in the Royal Air Force, arrived for the first time with the RAF with 229 OCU at Coningsby. The ADV was designed to actually operate at a very different role to the IDS. Major changes: as a long-range interceptor, it was fitted with a Marconi Foxhunter air interception radar. This radar worked with the Skyflash air-to-air missile. It could lock onto targets at 25 miles away. This we've added, you know, this is why it's got a longer nose, the F2, and the ADV version housing the Marconi radar. So, how do you enjoy that bit of history, innit? Eh? Pretty cool, isn't it? The Tornado. It was an amazing aircraft. One of the things to note is that they did away with the 2. How we doing? I am windswept, man. I'm probably at an angle, but I'll leave it like that for now. I'll just stand that way. I'll stand like that. But oh my word. So they did get rid of one of the cannons to allow for a refueling probe to be fitted to the port side. The F2 was literally a stopgap for the more advanced F3, and this arrived in April 1987 with 29 Squadron, so more sidewinders and auto control for the swing wings, along with other cool upgrades as well. The wings, so they, for slow speed, low angle increases the surface area to provide greater lift. For high speeds, the wings are swept back, the famous Tornado wing swept back, an angle of 70 degrees. Less lift is needed for high speeds, right? So the pilot can control the angle of the sweeping wings manually. The F3 also had an upgraded Mark 104 RB199 engines, and that increased the power to 19,000 pounds with afterburner of thrust as well. 19,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. I've always said that when something new comes out, something old will be replaced, and it did that. And the Lightnings and Phantoms aircraft which took on that QRA were now replaced with the Tornado. And 2019, that was it. And it was here, 2016, the first 4 of the F-35Bs arrived, and that was it. Just to give you a little bit more background, 1985, Saudi Arabia and Oman ordered the Tornado. 1991, the Tornadoes were used in Operation Granby. 2003, the Typhoon arrived at Warton Aerodrome, and on the 19th of May 2005, 17 Squadron arrived to be the first operational squadron of the Typhoon. 9th of March to the 31st of October 2011, both of them took part in Elemi. The Tornado had 40 years continuous service. Marham finished in March 2019, and the Tornado was then retired. Squadron leader Nathan Scheuer, 2025 RAF Typhoon display pilot, was actually the last. Let me just pick up these. He was the last one to be trained on the Tornado as well, which was amazing. It's nice to know little bits of stories. You know, the likes, a lot of the Red Arrows pilots have also been experienced Tornado pilots. Even the officer commanding, Wing Commander Sasha Nash, she is a very experienced Tornado pilot. You've also got Helen Seymour. There's so many experienced Tornado pilots that have come through. Even Brighty, again, So these are bits of the drop tanks. So if you love all this, go visit the Marham's Aviation Heritage Centre. I think they've got a drop tank with some interesting markings. They've got all sorts of tornado pieces. There's no like in Marham's Aviation Heritage Centre. They open last Saturday of every month, and also I think it's Tuesday and Wednesday, but please double check on their website before you go and make the journey. Run by legendary volunteers. There's no like full aircraft or anything, but they got bits and pieces, and they're all veterans there, so give them some support and go and listen to some of their amazing stories. I think this was the look at this. I mean, these are all off the tornado, but I'm gonna have to put them back because the wind is probably going to take them away. Take my Ted away. Do-do-dee. 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 Harry. I'm scared to get off the van in case the van meets me. It's a little bit windy. So there you go, a bit of love to the tornado there now. So I got a bit of a runny garden hose. I haven't been here for a while, haven't I? Did it. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. So we've had two F-35Bs, and we're going to hope that that they do vertical landings, because it's always good to see that. Oh, interesting you mentioned the tail. Okay, so the Royal Air Force's Tornado actually had a fuel tank, I believe, in the tail, hence the extra bits and pieces. Cool, isn't it? So this will be the ram heat exchanger here. That's where it would cool down the engines in excess use of reheats going on there now. So yeah, there are differences. Like I said, you start involving other countries in the design, they're gonna have, you know, their own requirements. But the good thing about the Tornado, it was able to bring that. It was able to do that. So Tornado's got elevators. Look, hello. So yes, there was even a fuel tank in the tail on the Royal Air Force's Tornadoes. How cool is that? If that's what you meant. Thanks a lot, Alan. Yeah, cheers for that. Obviously, you know the Tornado inside out, Alan Burden. I don't know that much, you know, totally every single detail, but I will do my best. I've seen some wonderful diagrams on that. So I hope the info was accurate there. I hope you were. I've been doing my homework. Yes, Alan. I hope it was okay. I did try my best to bring that in. Sadly, I haven't got the high pressure compressor with me. I'm really gutted about that. I've left it at home, so you've seen it on the streams before. I don't think I've got. No, I haven't, because I didn't. the reason why I didn't bring it is because I didn't need it to go to Valley and the Lake District. Goodness me, that is bad out here. Yeah, so like I said, prior to March 2025, it was actually we've been having some really busy times. Yeah, again, it's always pot luck. Just because it was busy, period, didn't mean it was going to be like that all the time. But you know what it's like. It's military aviation. Just chill out, relax, enjoy. Pick a nice sunny day. Unlike today, it's pretty brutal. In fact, I'm surprised that it is okay. Because I did mention yesterday that I was probably not going to be out and about, but no worries, stopping off and trying to give you a little bit of fun here. I might have a diagram somewhere. Let me have a quick look. Hang on. I don't know what language it will be in, but I might have, as you do. I don't know if I've got it with me. Does one have... Oh my word, do I have it? He might... Oh, that looks like a tornado to me. Whoa. How am I going to do that? Right, hang on a minute. I do actually have a tornado diagram, you know, as you do, but I don't know how on earth I'm going to show you it without it getting blown away. So I'm going to improvise. This might not work. If I slide that in there. Right, let's have a look. Right, is it in English? I think it is. Right. I don't know, don't ask me why, but I do actually have a tornado diagram. Oi, oi! I do actually have a tornado diagram. So I would imagine here is the fuel vent, or is it? So number 15, is that? So there is a radar here, a tail radar warning antenna. So that's a warning. If you mean that bit there. 16 is another antenna housing in there. Number 20 is the forward passive. That's the ECM housing. So I actually haven't looked at other tornadoes. Is that the bit you mean here and here? Is that the part? Because I think you might be right there. Hang on, this was a guess in number 44. A complete guess if that was the RAM heat exchanger. 44. RAM air intake, yep. Just like the Typhoon has that as well to cool the engines down. What they got is 29. Oi, oi! How you doing? Hope you're good. So yeah, I actually do have a diagram if... oh my word. It is actually ridiculous up here. down a minute. I'm going to try again because I don't think I've answered your question. Do you mean... What about these? Is it these? These two here in beige? What about them? Or is it these little... Is it these? Hang on. Just put beige. These two fins, or put two fins. Is that the ones you mean? For the... Let's have a look. The sticky out bits. Are those sticky out bits? Those two fins? I'm just trying to wait for your answer. So if I leave that tail there, if you let me know. Those ones, okay, so those are VOR antennas. I don't know if they use VOR everywhere, but VOR, for those who don't know, that stands for very high frequency omnidirectional range. Basically a type of basically a ground-based radio navigation system. It allows pilots to basically determine their position and bearing relative to a specific ground station. So it's basically a navigational aid. They have one at Cosford, where I usually stream from when I do, if that's the ones you mean. So maybe they didn't require the VOR antennas on the other aircraft. Maybe they just didn't require VOR. So it's quite a specific thing to have VOR antennas. So I hope that cleared up a little bit. If that's, hopefully that's the bit you meant. Completely oblivious. This thing come out. A little ground run here, a little bit of flexing going on. Cool. Yeah, one day I'll need to. One day when I'm at Wittering, I'll give you a little talk about the Harrier. Sorry, predictive text is getting worse. Those fins are... Oh my word. Is it... Has anyone else found like iPhone's predictive text has just got absolutely ridiculous lately? I mean, it might as well just get rid of it. Not that I can't spell. EP65, how you doing? Yeah, I'm always looking around shops if I ever feel the need museums. I'll leave you with the sound of this. I'll be quiet. teddy bears. Hope you're enjoying that. It's pretty cool, isn't it? That's me. So just having a quick cup of tea. We enjoy the sounds. Morning, David Robinson. How you doing, Adrian Anderson? Oi, oi. So just having a bit of flexing. So it's quite nice that they're doing a ground run out here. They could have done it at a site. At least we could just enjoy a ground run. I mean, that tone is lovely, isn't it? That sound. You might even get to, I don't know if, because I went to go and get my tea, I don't know if the lift system activated. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Oi oi to you. So Adrian, it could be various things. This, oh my gosh. I see what you mean about this. It's a remote-controlled grass cutter. Oh my word! There is personnel next to it, so I'll hopefully I didn't get the face in there. I was not aware it was going to come across the screen. Goodness me! Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, you would have. Oh man! So yeah, it's got an infinite amount of reasons for the F-35 to have, or any aircraft. It depends what work they've done to it. It could be just a ground run, engine run. They could have done some maintenance on one part of the plane, maybe the engine, maybe the Stovall system. It's got so many reasons why it's having an engine run. It's not always because it's got a problem. It could be just the fact that they're just testing out something that they've rectified, testing out for some troubleshooting, or just giving it a bit of training. It is literally an answer with many, if that makes sense. There could be a number of reasons. The only way you're going to find out is to actually work here. It's not always because it's broken or anything like that. It could be just literally just some ground run maintenance. That was pretty cool. I've just you might see it again in a minute. Actually, I'll see if we can get it. It is quite fun. Oh, there it is. Hang on a minute. There is. is. An unmanned lawnmower. I mean, that's the future. You've got the future 5th gen, and then you've got an unmanned. So would that be a remote piloted grass cutter? An RPGC. I hope that doesn't actually, you know, I hope that's not a bad abbreviation, but there we go. Oh, Johnny 5, Short Circuit, brilliant film. Look at it. Oh. It's a beast, isn't it? Hang on. Look at this. The future of grass cutting. That is the Bobby Dazzler. Look at it. Hang on. Are we here to see that or F-35s? Hang on a minute. What's going on here? Oh, look at the little hedgehog crew there. So I think that is mission complete for that, as the fire extinguishers have gone now. mean, that was cool, wasn't it? I mean, fortunately, it's here rather than out of sight. In there, isn't it? So yeah, you'll notice a lot of the parts, especially the landing gear inside, a lot of aircraft are this sort of off-white or almost a perfect white colour, and that's to detect, we may get and that's to detect any leaks or any problems. It's a lot more visible to see, whether if it was dark, you may see it in a minute. Where is it? Look at that thing. And for airflow as well, for the lift fan itself on the inside, a special cooling system, as well as I believe it can also absorb a lot of heat, hence the ceramic inside the nozzle as well. It's got a lot of cooling system, so it can hide a lot of the infrared heat, that thermal. But initially, inside landing gear, you'll notice on all aircraft that it's white inside, and that's to quickly spot any leaks, like hydraulic leaks or brake fluid or anything like that. So it's to identify any problems, and also a build-up of dirt. You can also see it, because that would affect it as well. If it was a dark casing, you know, identifying a hydraulic leak visually will be more difficult. James Beatwell, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Thank you so much for that wonderful super chat there. Oi, oi. That's so kind of you, James, and some salmon. Thank you, will do as well. So I wonder if we're going to get a vertical landing today. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? So the F-35 is... hang on a minute, what have we got here? The F-35 is one of those rare designs that you see a front hinged forward opening canopy. Not many aircraft, if you know another aircraft that opens forward, as in the canopy, okay, a front hinged forward opening canopy, let me know, because I don't know many. Quite, you know, very common is the rear hinged. Okay, we've also got sidewards hinged like the Hawks. We've also got the sliding canopies of the Harrier, for example, but front hinged is extremely rare but in my opinion, because I can't name one with a front hinged canopy. Not saying that it's the only one, but I can't think of many, or if not another one. I'm wondering if the F-35Bs that took off earlier today were part of the Cobra Warrior. Cool, thanks a lot, LEJ, MiG-21. Yeah, don't forget the F-35A and the C don't have the lift fan behind it. Even the, I'm just trying to think, hang on a minute. You've got, let's think about this. So you got the boom on the F-35A right behind there. Will that make a difference? Maybe, maybe not. But the F-35C is a drogue and probe air-to-air refuel. That has the probe for air-to-air refueling. Again, front hinged as well. So I'm not really sure why they chose that design. I don't know. I don't really know, really. I can't answer that. I don't know why they chose to have it. It's obviously something specific that they couldn't fit the mechanism. Okay, let's think about this. So you've got a mechanism behind there that affects it. F-15E Strike Eagles. Where does that get? The boom goes on the port side, right? Just off on top of the inlet, just around that area, isn't it? Okay, let's have a look. Typhoon. No, I'm just trying to think of other boom. Yeah, I'm just trying to think actually. Something to think about there now. What about F-16? So just trying to think. So I don't know whether they, why they chose the front hinge for the forward opening canopy. I can't answer that. It's just a design request, isn't it? But for those wondering, because of the lift fan, but the F-35B is the only one with the lift fan. I mean, I can't. I really don't know. I can't answer that. It would be a design thing, wouldn't it? Well, answers on a postcard. We'll write to Lockheed Martin and find out. It's a good question, though. I mean, what about the others? Someone mentioned the MiG and the. What about the F-104? Yeah, I love it. You know, all learning together. It's pretty cool, isn't it? That's the flex-in complete. Big shout out to the Hedgehog Tow team. Look at them. Love that. Love this little thing. I'd love to have a go in one of them. I'd love a ride in one of these. I would. I just I mean, they've got some stories to tell, those Hedgehog crew teams, haven't they, really, of all the aircraft that they've towed about. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Oh, is it sideways to 104? No, F-22 is rear. Yeah, F-22 is a rear opening. Let's have a little think. Where on the F-22? Where it refuels with the boom, is it right behind the canopy? It's an interesting one. There must be a reason why they went for it. I'm just trying to think. It is right at the back, isn't it? I'm pretty sure the F-22s, I've seen that they refuel right just behind the cockpit, so I'm not really sure. It's a good question. They must have felt that it's better to open it forward. So yeah, the F-35A is the only one to have an internal cannon on the port side. So that's how you can tell straight away that this is a B variant. Also, the arrestor hook is missing. There's no arresting hook. Look, that extra contour, that long contour where the arresting hook sits at the back, that's gone. That's quite distinctive. The slightly raised lip just behind the canopy is missing on the F-35B. Again, another 9Gs that the F-35A can pull. It's the only one of the three variants that refuels in the boomstick way. So there are quite a lot of differences with them. I mean, that makes sense. I'd go with that. Keep it all the same. So amazing, isn't it? All that, all those changes and the change, you know, to accommodate all variants. It is quite fascinating, really. But then that said, don't forget, they spent and gave 1.2 tons additional weight just to have a stowhole capability, don't forget. Oh, China's J-35s have a front hinge canopy. Cool. Yeah, no, I got a feeling that the front hinge canopy offers a lot more of a, I reckon it's to do with safety. I reckon it's to do with probably more of an aerodynamic thing. I know it sounds silly, but if things fail on it, I've got a funny feeling it was done to improve something. Because if you think about it, if we're all saying they're doing front hinged just for the F-35B, it's probably a lot more work to get an F-35B variant in its own right. So I can't see how they would have, you know, even having the boom air-to-air refueling for the F-35A. Well, I'm going to go with a more of a safety aspect of it. I think that would probably make more sense in some ways, but hey, it's up for debate. I like it. Our little robot friend, our Johnny 5 has gone. Oh yeah, the F-111. Absolutely, that was a cool one, wasn't it? That was a swing out in heart. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so if you think about it, if you've got I think I've got it. If the latch is open open traditionally on the back and opens forward, and that fails, it's going to rip your canopy open. If it's front hinged and the latches fail, the force of drag will push the canopy down if that fails, if that makes sense. So if you're flying at hundreds of miles per hour and that is a rear hinged opening canopy and that fails, it's going to rip the canopy open. I think it's a safety aspect. I'm going to go with the front hinge, because if that fails, it's not going to swing open. It's just that's my guess, because I can't see how they would have done a front hinged on all variants. Just, I mean, the work involved to get a 1.2 tons of Rolls-Royce with a shaft, with the roll post, and then F-35Cs, a lot more effort, twin axle, a hardened airframe. I can't see how they would have just done that. I think front hinges are a safety thing. I think that if they were flying along and the latches fail, it will still keep it shut. I'm gonna go with, I think that probably makes a lot more sense, I think. But yeah, up for debate, but I think that's probably why. I'm just looking at aerodynamics on it, how that would benefit. So if your front hinge, it's not just as you're flying forward, it's not going to just rip open that way, is it? So that's probably why. And the fact that 250 miles per hour to activate the Stovall, like I said, it's it's all coming now. It's all making sense. I'm going to go with that. Do you like that idea? Do you think that makes more sense? So if your latches failed, you were rear hinge, that's going to rip open, isn't it? Yeah, definitely, it's a safety, 100%. That makes more sense. I can't see how they would have just done that hinge design just because of the lift fan, because it doesn't make sense, because the whole purpose of sticking, to actually make 3 different variants is a lot more effort in its own right. So that would be the case. And yeah, good point with the safety aspect and the ejection seat. That would also make sense as well. Right on. But there we go. Maybe it's a bit of both. Maybe it's a bit of have it for all of them. Yeah, maybe it's a bit of everything. I think ultimately it amounts to all of it. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. So we've still got 2 F-35Bs to enjoy. Hopefully they give us a vertical landing. Google's just had an influx of searches aviation wise when the Ted Coningsby channel's on. Ted, you're right, mate. Ted, hang in there, man. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Steve Morris, how you doing? Hope you're good. Yeah, lots of good answers here. Lots of good answers. Love it. Margot, thank you very much for your super Guards March. Hannah, RAF Hamster, 16 months membership. Boy, I hope everyone is having a fab day. Valco Hypers, high five and welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. James Beatwell, thank you very much for your 37 months membership. Thank you so much as well. Fantastic to see. Dieter, how you doing? For great Tornado to Education. Tornado the jet where my passion for aviation started. Guards March. Thank you very much, Dieter. Ginger Bailey, thanks a lot for the super. Margot, thank you very much for the super as well. Jacko through with 1 month's membership. Hang in there, Ted. Guards March. Good day, Copper. Boots 99 UK. Morning, Ted. Thanks. You're welcome. Thanks for the super. Mad Matt UK, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron, Guards March. Blocks, thank you very much, and congratulations for 3 years of Ted Coningsby membership. A big thank you to Ted, Nicholas, Spanner Flight members, subscribers who make this community amazing. Please hit the like there now. Thanks a lot for your Spanner Flight service. Dawn Hobson, thanks a lot for your super, Guards March. Davey, who's part of our Spanner Flight with 37 months membership. Thank you to everyone for your magnificent support and dedication to the TCS. We are the one and only best military aviation channel out there. Thank you very much indeed for that, Guards March. And of course, finally, James Beatwell, high five, paw pump, a salute with a fly past if we can, without losing the berry. James Beatwell, thank you so much for that super chat. I think everyone was absolutely salmon blasted. Thank you very much. Shoes put, buy yourself a drink and Ted some salmon. Thank you so much, and we will do, definitely. We will definitely do that. Thanks a lot for that generous super there. Now I'll just blur that out. Just oh no, it's still on the screen. Didn't see a face. That's all right. No, we don't do any of that. Move that just up a little bit. I will go and get a cup of tea. Let me just pop that up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I hope you're all good and enjoying the show so far. I'll pick another aircraft as well to talk about. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? I've got a few. I've got the Canberra, I've got the Mosquito, I've got the Victor, although I need to do a little bit more of a little bit of homework on those others. But the Mosquito, yes, I can do that. I'll give you some basics on the others, but when I give you the history of the station as well, that's always good as well. La da dee la dee da. Bama fan, love that. Do you know that's happened quite a bit in any factory, I would have thought, in any design prototypes. I was just learning a little bit more about the short 31, the S-type 31, which was this little miniature version of the short Stirling, which was a prototype in design for it. These little 100 horsepower little engines, just to what's happened there? Oh, okay, I got it. Cool. Yeah, I'm just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea, but I'll tell you what, it's so much to learn, isn't it? But I like your four. Someone designed it and thought, yeah, it looks good, keep it. Or put it on back to front. I like that. Very good. Hope you're all good and well. But yeah, lots of good answers there. Lots of good answers. Anyway, hope you're all good. Alan Gates, how you doing? Alex Black Cat, Leah. I always get confused when I see that. Doolittle, because I know you as Leah and then I get confused. Margot, MC Mark, Avro Al, not Captain Weber, Hannah Rex. Who else we got here? Got Alan Q as well. Wee Stevie Boy, Perez, Matman Bush, how you doing? Hope you're all good. Thanks a lot. Get the bears out, Dieter. Absolutely. Get the Teds out. I haven't said that in ages. Alan Gates, welcome. Right, might go and grab a quick cup of tea while we wait. See if we're going to get anything else. Do you know, like I said, just a vertical landing will just be, for us, mission complete. It is extremely quiet. You'll notice as well that the NOTAM for this week is right up until 21:30, and I had a slight suspicion we will get maybe 2, and then for Cobra Warrior that is, and then that's it, and then a big wait, unfortunately. But we'll keep going. We'll at least wait for the 2 to come back and see how we're going to get on. And you know, there are occasions you can come here and see nothing. It's one of those potluck scenarios. Alan Gates, take care. Have a good one. Catch you later. Right, be right back. I'm just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea, and then we'll see what we're going to do. Oh man, where are the warmer days? Well, less windier ones. Oh dear, oh dear.
Here be an A firm release. 270, low approach, depart a bit faster than north.
Oh, looks like we got... We've got a red arrow coming for a low approach. Of all things, that'll do. I told you you could expect the unexpected. So if you just tuned in, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Let's give this stream a bit of love. We do have a low approach from a red arrow. So we've got a practice diversion from a red arrow. Wow, what awful weather. I'll do my best to try and film this in this really bad weather. It's gusting, what, 30 plus miles per hour at the moment. Definitely, that is a bit of a shocker. Wow. So we've got a red arrow practice diversion coming up, so most likely a low approach. So we've got something. Nice catch, a red arrow. Looks like the one from yesterday that we've seen on its own as well, you know.
That's right, requesting 2 times the SRA back at 1 point. Hey, 2 times the SRA, my thanks, that's right.
Right, it's just on the approach now. Here we go. A red arrow on its way.
Red 8 command Port Stanley identified, do not acknowledge further instructions unless requested. Turn left 10 degrees, heading 210. 9.5 miles. Mile right in centre line.
Sounded like Red 8.
Miles. Mile right in centre line. 2.5 miles. Mile right in centre line.
I'm pretty sure they said Red 8, but there we go.
7 miles. Turn right 10 degrees, heading 220. Right in centre line.
Which would probably make sense because there have just been 7 red arrows at Waddington, so this probably makes sense for. But I think, I'm not 100% sure, it sounded like Red 8. Goodness me, I've got to locate it in this ghastly weather. Yeah, Red 8. Yep, this is definitely Red 8. There you go, call sign Red 8. Hello, approach, Red 8. Here we go, a little bit of fun. There's only a little tiddly little hawk, but at least it's red, so I might be able to see it. Here we go. It's a low one. Yeah. Where is it? go, our third movement of the day. Yay! Woo! That'll do. What's going on with this tripod here now? On the wobbler, isn't it? Well, that'll do. It was nice. It was low. I was expecting it to be quite high. Keep an eye out for any other, you know, any other practice diversions. You do get them. Well, obviously we did then, but you can get some exotics. You never know, it might come round again. Who knows? Be pretty cool if it does. Why just stick with one? Have two, or maybe three. Let's have a look. Well, you never know. It's looking good. It's looking good. Might be another one. And just to confirm, this is Red 8 for the call sign, so that makes sense. That's fine. It fills in the gaps, doesn't it? Brilliant. And it's a red arrow at the end of the day. And notice it's got no smoke pod. I'm pretty sure it had no smoke pod on that one. Come on, back round you go. So it's 12:20 GMT here, and hope we're all good. And wherever you're watching from in the world, good day, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're watching from, and a big shout out to all of you. And don't forget to please hit the like button, give us a thumbs up as well. That does help the stream, and it's looking like it's helping the red arrow come round for another circuit. Well, it'd be quite cool if it is another approach. It'd be quite nice. If it is, I'm pretty sure, unless my hearing is gone, but it should be Squadron Leader Chris McCann, Red 8. Well, that is Red 8 this year so far, but until the red arrows officially announce everything. And this year is the third season with the team for Red 8, Squadron Leader Chris McCann. So they all start as Red 2 and 3 and they work their way up the numbers. Oh, maybe not then. I spoke too soon. It looks like it's leaving, is it? Never mind, at least we got to see another aircraft. Dear. Don't know where the others have gone, but did this. So the little marking that you can see on the hangar there, that's 207 squadron markings. EP65, how you doing? Hope you're good. Luis Melos, that's it. Alan Burden, oi oi. It could just be, it's quite roofless now. It's pretty uncomfortable up here. Oh my gosh, that was nearly my hat. I may have to, oh my word. Don't know if you can hear that, it's absolutely ridiculous, man. Maybe all the planes that I have in the van, it helps, you know, with the weight, you know, keep it all nice and steady. I'm scared to get the bears up here as well, in case they go flying, not literally. But it's always good fun with all of you here. That's the fun, that's the main aspect of it all. You know, like I said, we were waiting at the Lake District for hours until things started to turn up. So it's the same sort of thing here as well. You just turn up, hope for the best, see what happens. But the main thing is you're all here with us, having a good time, talking about aircraft, having a good time. And I might just go and grab a bit of lunch actually while I can, but I might have to come up here because it's extremely windy. It's a little bit
around 4 miles past the south, with the back side towards the south, standard heard on the side.
Looks like we've got a bit of RTB going on, which is good. Right. Much awaited F-35s are back. Right, let's see what we're going to get. They're not far, I know that much. Come on. Low brake. Okay, get ready. A low brake has been approved. Let's have a look. I love the way when they do enter, they're so quiet on that initial, and then suddenly with a low brake. Okay, let's hope for some vertical landing action. If not, oh well. Bother to hover. You know it is. That is the coolest thing, isn't it? We go to Lake Neath and I'm wowed by the departures, performance takeoffs from Coningsby. Here you come for the landings because you don't get that anywhere else in the UK. I managed to hang on in there with the wind. I hope you all enjoyed that. That was wonderful. So the empty weight on one of these is 32,400 as opposed to 29,000 on the F-35A, even more on the F-35C, which is about 34,500 pounds. Like I said, 1.2 thousand just, 1.2 ton just for the Stovall mechanism. That beautiful bit of Rolls-Royce in there, linking up with Pratt & Whitney to make this. It is fascinating to see. It really is a work of art, feat of engineering. It really is all that. And it's 5th gen, which is just amazing. Always worth seeing that. You don't get to see that. Like I said, it's something that's just remarkable to witness. It really is. Don't think I'll be getting tired of that. Oi, oi. Buddy, all right? Wow, that wind is pretty bad. I hope you enjoyed the 2 vertical landings there from our F-35Bs at Marham. you enjoyed that. You're most welcome. I hope you enjoyed that. Like I said, it's something amazing to see. Just the one, but I was trying my best not to, because it's obviously a challenge when you've got more than one aircraft doing the same thing. So a flight of 4 departing, it's quite hard to get them the whole departure of the first one, and then the second, and then the third. Same with this. The most I've had 3 F-35Bs. In fact, there was actually a 4th one, but there's only 3 landing pads here. And the trick is to, one of them, you've got to remember, is nearly all but one will get the full landing, you know, or that kind of thing. You have to, but luckily you can time it well, where you can get all the vertical landings. Goodness me, it's getting worse and worse up here. Yeah, so it's just one of those things, but luckily they timed it. They left enough time interval between the two so I can capture, and I didn't want to wait too long, but I also didn't want you to lose a little bit of that floating around, so to speak, because it is quite interesting to see. But there we go. Nevertheless, I've managed to get you them both hovering and landing vertically, and that is amazing. There are 3 landing pads in total here. I'm gonna have to just do up my baseball hat. It's I might just trade this in for my beanie hat at this rate. Oh, that might be a bit better. Now it's just a waiting game, but no worries. History will hopefully bring them on, so I'll talk and talk. It is Denzel Hughes. How you doing, Alan Burden? It is incredible. It is wonderful. They are just a wonderful piece of kit, and the only 5th generation stealth fighter to have that capability. And that's why we come. But yeah, so you got 3 landing pads. Now the actual whole dimension of the pad is 67 meter by 67 meters. So for some reason, when I first started doing this, I thought, I just had this vision that they were circular. They're not. They're actually square. But there's actually a landing zone within the pad, and that's 30.5 meters by 30.5 meters. So there's obviously like a safety perimeter around it. So, you know, a common question that I get asked is why the colour, the cockpit colouring different. Well, they are actually coated, okay? They're sprayed or coated, shall we say, with a particular radar absorbing material. And it can, depending on how much coating is on there, can actually look and appear to have different colours, but ultimately they are the same looking through them. For your info, when you catch them, regardless of the angle that you're looking at them, first of all, they can appear to be different colors, but when they're parked up, although they may appear different colors, if you look at through them, they just look through this, they are exactly the same view. So it's pretty cool. But it's, yeah, they're the purpose of having tinted canopies anyway, on even if it's not 5th gen, is to actually try to deflect radar, because radio waves can bounce around in a cockpit. And that's there, and also the inlets as well. A lot of radio waves can get in there and start bouncing around and coming back, giving a higher radar cross section. Same with cockpits. It's one of the vulnerable areas. It's all in there. There's a lot of electrical equipment in there, obviously, and it will bounce back. So the way to counter that is to actually create like a radar absorbing or radar countering material. So it's got a special coating. But can make it appear like a bronze or sometimes a cool blue colour. Oi oi. doing? Right. Goodness me. Right, it is now no beret weather at the moment. Right now, this minute, it's really pushed up the tempo. Certainly feel like I'm inside some sort of Dyson or something. So that's them shutting down. So we've got a bit of a wait. Oh my word. Right, it's time for a bit of, oh wow, a bit of history. Got just that brief moment of the wind just settling down for 2 seconds. It's really good. camera is not going anywhere. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. A little bit scared up here, but I'm all right. Nah, it's all right. It's not that bad. Whew. It's just literally, sorry for the pun, but it does actually take your breath away. It really does when you've been getting bashed about by the gusts, and it really does catch you off guard because it calms down and then suddenly boom. Ooh, do you see what I mean? Let's see what we can do anyway, as opposed to I'm gonna hug the tripod. But welcome to the show, everyone. How are we all doing? How we're all feeling? Hope we're all good. Welcome to RAF Marham. And for those that are new, it does date its history all the way back to August 1916. And I've got some bits, actually no, I'm a bit worried it's just going to fly out my hand. Tune into a less windier day, but it started life as a Royal Flying Corps airfield. There's quite a few in Norfolk actually, as well as RFC, Royal Flying Corps. There's Bexwell. I can't remember if Barton Bendish may have been a Royal Flying Corps, but there was also RAS Narborough, which actually later became RAF Narborough, but it was built close to that of RAS Narborough, the Royal Naval Air Service Narborough, or Royal Naval Air Station Narborough, which later changed to RAF Narborough when the Royal Air Force were established. And Marham was built to defend Norfolk from the Zeppelin raids. And it was the first Royal Flying Corps, the first Royal Flying Corps unit to operate at Marham was number 51 Squadron. I wonder where they are now. That's a squadron that I don't often talk about, 51 Squadron. Sometimes you'll hear a lot of squadrons that I mention that are still going, which is actually quite amazing. But of course, 51 Squadron, they were the first to operate here, and 51 Squadron is indeed a squadron that is active today. And it's quite amazing because they are based at RAF Waddington 51 Squadron. Now, we've spoken about the Goose, the Answer, the Latin play on words with Anson, but it's amazing when you think about where are they today? I wonder where 51 Squadron are. And when you do, when you think, hang on a minute, 51 Squadron are RAF Waddington. And it really does just home in how much history is in each squadron. And one of the things is that it's so surprising that I'll be writing away just some notes, and then suddenly I think, hang on a minute, I know that squadron, they're at this, they're at that. Like even 115 Squadron, where are they today? What are they doing now? It doesn't that make you think? But of course, 115 Squadron had an absolutely major history here, but today they are still flying as well as 51 Squadron. So 115 Squadron today are at RAF Wittering, flying the Grob Tutor. And not just the Royal Air Force. I mean, you've got to look at the history of the if you look at the 100th Bomb Group, where are they now? What are they doing now? Well, if you have a little wonder, although with a bit of a name change, they're at RF Mildenhall. They became a wing, and through their history, and it's only the one squadron that survived, the 351st Air Refuelling Squadron. But it just goes to show that they were once the 351st Bomb Squadron. So it's the same here. So 51 Squadron, who were the first to operate here. If you ever wondered where they are actually still active today at RAF Waddington, flying the RC-135 rivet joint. But if we go all the way back to here, 1916, the aircraft that they were probably operating was an FE-2B, a Royal Aircraft Factory FE-2B, a biplane night bomber. And a fighter aircraft operated, it was a biplane operated, powered by a Beardmore 6-cylinder water-cooled inline piston engine, which is 160 horsepower. Now, Marham also served as a training base for night flying squadrons, with, of course, 51 as we mentioned. But what about 190? Where are they? Where's 191? Where's 193? They were also, you know, it played a major part in training as well. So it just makes you think, when I, you know, if we go to Coningsby, 97 Squadron, where are they? Where's 44? Where's 106? It is just without doubt one of the most amazing things when you start looking at RAF Squadron, and not just RAF, even United States Army Air Force's background, of course, of the modern day version, the United States Air Force. When you look at the squadrons there, it is amazing. I also like to look at what they look like, as in their aircraft and what their markings were. And during the First World War, the Royal Air Force was actually formed, with Marham changing to a Royal Air Force station, and that was of course on the 1st of April 1918 as the Royal Flying Corps merged with the Royal Naval Air Service. So when the end of the First World War came on armistice, Marham bombed local Narborough. It's about, if you go along Chalk Lane, you'll see a little memorial there. But Marham bombed Narborough, by the way, with bags of flour, and in return, quite nicely, Narborough decided to, quite fittingly, bomb Marham with bags of soot. So the last squadron, 51 Squadron, who we said are now, of course, have been serving at Waddington for many years, they left Marham in 1919, and therefore the aerodrome closed. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? So there we go. That's just a bit of the Royal Flying Corps days, and you know, it was oh, what's this? So there we go. So after the First World War, the UK, just to give you an idea, they had around 300 military airfields, so to speak, and by 1924 there were just 27. But while things settled down, they had to be careful consideration into the thought of possibilities of another war ever happening again. So new RAF airfields were about to be commissioned, some reinstated in some respects, and it was the AMAB, the Air Ministry's Aerodromes Board, was created, and in 1935 the RAF's pre-war expansion scheme commenced, and the first set of expansion programme included Waddington, Feltwell and Marham. 38 Squadron, who were operating the Handley Page Hayford at Mildenhall, arrived as the first new residents of Marham with the Ferry Hendon bombers. So 1936, another pivotal year, just a year after that pre-war expansion, you've got the establishment and the foundation of Bomber Command. You've also got Fighter Command and the Coastal Command as well. Now, the B flight of 38 Squadron reformed into 115 Squadron, as we mentioned, 115 Squadron with the Handley Page Harrows. So again, interesting to look at the history of, you know, something to ask yourself, well, where's 38 Squadron? So 38 Squadron, you may have heard B flight, C flight, you know, that kind of thing. 1,000 likes, thank yous. Thank you very much for that as well. I think 38 Squadron, I believe, I don't think they're flying anymore, have they? I think they disbanded in 67. But anyway, but 115 came out of B flight. You'll hear this quite a lot. C flight, E flight, D flight, whichever. Do you know what? It's interesting. I'm going to try and find out how many flights there actually were. Same squadron, but sometimes out of the flight you'll get another squadron form. So by April 1939, both squadrons, 38 and 115, received the world's fastest assembled bomber, the Vickers Wellington bomber. I'm going to do the history a little bit different today because it's too windy to have all the aircraft up here. I'm surprised that I'm even up here. The Vickers Wellington bomber And in 1940, 218 Squadron moved to Marham as well, also operating the Wellingtons, who eventually converted to the Royal Air Force's first ever 4-engined, all-metal, monoplane heavy bomber. That's right, the short Stirling bomber. I was going to show you this huge short Stirling bomber that I've got. It's a 172 and it's massive because it's a short Stirling. It really is. It's over a foot long. What is it? Got to be about a foot and a half. It's got to be easy about that. Easy. It's massive. So yeah, Marham was getting busy, and in 1941, 105 Squadron arrived with the Merlin-powered wooden legend, the Mosquito, and we gotta love a Mosquito. Marham became also a Pathfinder force and testing out the Oboe precision bombing aid. Again, I'd love to show you all the diagrams and stuff today. It's literally, all my notes are just gonna come flying, so I'm gonna have to try and remember most of these. But what I can do is at least show you the Mozzie, the wooden wonder, the flying tree. Look at it, beautiful. And for those, I will be doing a full education because the Mosquito actually needs its own full program in its own right. Really does, doesn't it? Now, just a little fun fact for you, because many of you may not know this. Let me just see if I've got if I can show you. By the way, a recommended book that I own, really recommended, is this Hamlin Concise Guide to British Aircraft of World War II, written by David Mundy. And what I was going to show you is, you'll notice this GB this is 105 Squadron, for example. This is a good page to land on. Look at this. Right, so here's the Armstrong Whitworth Whitley here. Look at that. See that number? 78? Look at this number, number 10. Have a guess what squadron it is. Well, that's right. It's 78. In the words of Roy Walker, right. But you'll notice in 1938 things started to change. Now guess what squadron that is. Let's have another little look. I'm going to get to the point in a minute. There's 105 Squadron de Havilland Mosquito, GB. But how did I know that? You're going to have to learn them. Why? Well, I'll tell you in a minute. Let's have another little one. Just one more. Let's do one more. Look at that one there, look at this. Right, have a guess what squadron this is. Come on. I'll hide it. It's 108, I know. Now, bit of a problem having your squadron number on there. I mean, look at that one there, 114, so just write it on there. They realised that this was not a good idea. The Royal Air Force were thinking, not a good idea. There were lots of spy and scouting, observing aircraft. Luftwaffe would scout around and do some reconnaissance, and noticed, oh, this one's got let's have a look, 115 Squadron. Let's pick 115. And they followed it back to Marham. Now they know what squadron's there and they know what they operate. It was a security issue, so they got rid of that and they created that 2-letter system. The same, the United States Army Air Force did the same thing. They entered the war later. They entered the war in just after the events of Pearl Harbor, after the 7th of December 1941. Started to arrive in 42. However, with the exception of those legends who formed the Eagle Squadron, but you'll have to watch our Lost Airfields for that one because it's an absolutely amazing story. These men were absolutely legends, like Blakesley, etc. But that's going on a tangent. But again, the United States Army Air Force adopted a similar system when they were built, or when they were given an airfield. They changed it to a number, like Station 139, Station 110, that kind of thing. They felt too that, and there was a few reasons for that. The reason is pronunciation. Trust me, I can't pronounce stuff here, yet alone for another country. Same tongue, but different pronunciations. Like, so they did that for just so that. Do you see what I mean? Where did that come from? Woo! Hang on, let me turn that around and hang on. I mean, where did that gust of wind come from, man? Unbelievable. Yeah, so they changed. They changed to having station numbers for security reasons and also pronunciation reasons and administrative reasons as well. So they that's why they did that. And they also come up with the 2-letter system as well. And the Mighty 8th had shapes to identify the divisions of the 8th Air Force, and also had a letter. Okay, so you couldn't really work it out. It was random in more ways than one. Okay, so that's why the Royal Air Force switched from having your squadron number to having a 2-letter system for security reasons. Goodness me, that nearly knocked me out for 6, that did. So quite emotional. There we go. So Marham was also home to 1655 Mosquito Training Unit, MTU, and that was between 1942 and 43. And also operating the Mosquito was a secret unit, 1418 flight, who were also they were a bombing development unit. Now, do check it out. There's not that much about them, because some of these secret squadrons, they only became unclassified not that long ago. I mean, long enough, but not that long ago, if that makes sense. So it's amazing when you get stuff like that. You get to find out all this real cool stuff. You know what I mean, mate? Goodness me, go away, wind. Hang on, I'm gonna have to just change position here. That book is going to go flying in a minute. I don't know if I can hear an F-35 or not. But I'll be there in one second. I'm just going to secure this book a minute. Oh my word. I'll tell you a little story that's related to Marham. Oh, my word! I'll tell you what, one of the most I'll try again. I'll turn this round. I'll tell you a real amazing story about Marham, if I can, before the wind blows me off here. I'll keep going. I'll do a little bit of me and a little bit. I'll tell you what, one of the most amazing stories here at Marham is the story of Marham ruining a party. That's right, Marham is the home of ruining a party. And it was on the 30th of January 1943. Now, what's special about, why did Marham do that? Well, they were going to gate crash with this. I mean, if you're going to gate crash somewhere and completely ruin someone's party, you might as well use a Mosquito, right? What do you reckon, eh? 1943, January the 30th, someone was having a bit of a party. I know. And their right-hand man was going to celebrate as well. I know. Goering and Goebbels. Yes, in Germany, because it was Hitler's 10th anniversary, and oh goodness me, I just need a tissue. Sorry, it's not going to be amazing on the screen, so I'll just turn that round for one sec. So yeah, there was a bit of a party going on in Germany, and it was one sec, and it was but Marham weren't going to have any of it. They were like, nah, you can't do that. Hang on a minute, excuse me, sorry. And it was on the 30th of January 1943. Germany was celebrating and holding special rallies for the 10th anniversary of Hitler's rise to power, and it was Reich Marshal Hermann Goering who was to deliver a special broadcast via radio Third Reich at 1100 from their Air Ministry building. So it was a special day for Goering and Richtmaster Josef Goebbels, and addressing thousands, and I don't know why I have to say it like that, but thousands and thousands of crowds assembled at the Coningsby Sportpalast, Berlin's biggest indoor sports stadium. Meanwhile, back in Norfolk, Marham had other ideas. They were about to do a daylight bombing raid. I mean, if you're going to spoil a party, use the Mosquito. It was at 08:45. It was 3 de Havilland Mosquitoes. I'll tell you what, let me get the Mosquito so you can, really get yourself in there now. Just want you to imagine the Mosquitoes. Of course, I don't use CGI, so you're going to have to... Right, so we got 8:45. 3 Mosquitoes. They were Mark IVs of 105 Squadron. So it would have had Golf Bravo GB. It's an easy one to remember that. They kept, by the way, those two letters kept the same usually until after the war. After the Second World War, they would change letters. Like AR was 617. That changed to Yankee Zulu when they were using Grand Slam, by the way. But anyway, that's another story. So they were led by Squadron Leader Reggie Reynolds. I know, what a great name, DFC. And his navigator pilot officer Ted Daisy Sizemore. And they were flying Mosquito DZ423. In formation with him was Flight Lieutenant John Flash Gordon. I mean, these names are just brilliant. And Flying Officer Ralph Hayes in DZ408. And in DZ372, Flying Officer Tony Wickham with his navigator, Pilot Officer Bill Mackin. Now, the three Mosquitoes flew at literally, it wasn't surprising to have these come back. All right, with bits of telegram poles and electric wires, bits of tree. Even at the Petwood, there's a massive bit of tree in the bar. So the three Mosquitoes flew at wave top height across the North Sea before climbing 25,000 feet. In and out of clouds, they met no opposition as they approached Berlin. They emerged into clear skies. And descending to low level for the run to the target, which was the Haus der Rundfunks, which was the headquarters of the German state broadcasting company. Despite having flown some 500 miles in difficult weather, they were exactly on time. And as as Goering was stepped up, began to speak with his lectern, the air raid warning started to sound. And the sound of Merlin engines and exploding 500-pound bombs could be heard. The broadcast engineers had to shut this down. It was Goering's moment, and they had to shut it down. And the transmission and listeners instead were treated to scratchy recordings of classical music over an hour before an apparently furious Goering was able to return to the microphone. The bombing was inaccurate, but that was the whole point. It really didn't do a lot of damage, but that, again, that wasn't the point. The point was, let's ruin his party. The effect was exactly what Marham had hoped for. All three Mosquitoes landed safely. At 13:25 in the afternoon, just before 105 Squadron crews returned for the raid, the three Mosquitoes of 139 Squadron did the same thing, although sadly this time they were on alert, and as Goebbels went to have his speech, they kept the transmission going, but they ruined it because all the bombs were going off. All the oh, who's this? I think, sorry, one sec, we might have something just popped up on the approach. So I'm just going to have a quick look. So, oh, it's Cranwell. Oh, it's general handling. Sorry, it's okay. Yeah, so sadly, one of the Mosquitoes was sadly hit by flak, and both crew were sadly killed. So it was there was one loss in that, but it's a very, very famous story that's related to Marham, that raid, the raid over Berlin and the Sportspalast to ruin the broadcasting. I mean, it wasn't exactly to do damage and for a military target. It was literally just to stop the broadcast, and it's always been one of my favorite stories. But sadly, two were killed in the one Mosquito, with both crew lost in that raid. Oh, well, after the war, Marham was eventually chosen to become a VHB, just like Lakenheath and of course Sculthorpe, which stands for Very Heavy Bomber Base. It was to be expanded and have 3 longer hardened runways in the Class A configuration. So it closed. It's actually, sorry, not after the war. Sorry, it's that wind. It's got to me. It was closed in March of 1944 because it didn't have hardened runways, because it didn't. I don't think it. You know, I don't think they. It was one of. Hang on a minute. Goodness me. Let me just turn that. Woo! Come on. So it was chosen to have the B-29s, which in the Royal Air Force Service was the Boeing Washingtons. So in 1946, testing out the new runways were Lancasters of the RAF, B-17s and modified B-29s of the United States Army Air Force. And they carried out a project called Project Ruby. And if you go into the Marham's Aviation Heritage Centre, you'll be able to see quite a bit of United States Army Air Force memorabilia in there, and artifacts in there. And this project was literally a series of test trials testing out the effectiveness of deep penetration bombs, such as the Grand Slam and Disney. There was B-50s and B-29s that were present at Marham between 48 and 50, and of course by 1947 the United States Army Air Force became the US Air Force, with the 2nd and the 307th Bomb Group, who eventually made it to Lakenheath, their new home. Other bomb groups also spent time here at Marham also. Just to give you an idea and a grand scope of things, because I gave you the totals for RAF bases and Royal Flying Corps stations during the First World War, etc. During the end, by the end of the Second World War, there was 600 military airfields, and that amounted, and a result of the Second World War, 444 or so were Royal Air Force, and about 160 or so were for the United States Army Air Force use. On the 22nd of March 1954, of the 70 or so Boeing Washingtons, B-1s, arrived at Marham. Now, I usually have it with me to show you, but I haven't today, with the markings of 115 Squadron. They were operating the Boeing Washington here right now. And finally, Marham's first ever jet aircraft was indeed the English Electric Canberra. So I can show you that one because I brought that one up nice and heavy. Yeah, look at this. This needs its very own video. Now, this aircraft is completely synonymous. It is with Marham. It really plays a major part of Marham's history. It served way over 50 years. Various squadrons used it. It took part in many operations, and it is just a wonderful. I know someone's probably melting on the screen. Chris is one of our spanner flights, absolutely loves the English Electric Canberra. It was built by English Electric, who at the time were making electrical items and locomotives. I know, and they were selected to make this a really amazing. You know, you can turn it into a bomber, and the way that it was constructed, you can actually, the wings were in 2 parts, take them off. If you wanted it reconnaissance, this whole cockpit section was actually able to just take it off, add a longer nose, add a shorter nose, add a longer wingspan for extra fuel tanks for long range, turn it into a bomber. I mean, it had all that, and it was just absolutely amazing. You can use it for electronic warfare. You can do what you want with it, really. It was literally a bit of a, for some, especially for myself, I didn't really know much about it. But first flight, Friday the 13th of May 1949, and it was Beaumont who took upon to give it a go, and he didn't mind it was Friday the 13th because he just thought, well, it's sunny. Amazing. I mean, look at this. Absolutely, what an absolutely amazing aircraft. It really is. Superb, and it served here very well. I've got some fun stats on that one, I think. The Canberra. It was powered by the Avon engines. Woo. It entered service in 1951. It was with 101 Squadron, and could carry 8,000 pound of bombs, 580 miles per hour. It could do what, like something like 48,000 service ceiling, and it broke a lot of records as well. It is a record breaker as well, that one. It did. I'll have to make a whole video on that. It really is an exceptional aircraft. Woo! Hey. So yeah, and also the Vickers Valiant and the Handley Page Victor were also here, part of the V-Force, and Victors, however, were converted to take on the tanker role rather than a bomber role, and they were flown by 55 and 57 Squadron. Marham also played that crucial role in supplying the aircraft, the Victors, for that massive, longest bombing raid at the time in history, providing air-to-air refueling of the for the Vulcan bomber to carry out the Black Buck raids. And for those who don't know, on the 2nd of April 1982, Argentina invaded the British islands of the Falklands, and the mission was to literally disable the airfield at Port Stanley on the Falklands, and this would actually prevent the Argentine fighters from using the airfield, and this would mean a higher advantage and a bigger threat to the British fleet. And the problem was that the Falklands were so far away, but they come up with that plan, Black Buck. I'll show you on another day because it's so windy. The my education folder is literally going to slap the screens there, which won't be a very nice experience, really, that, will it? And long live, bless him, bless his heart. Blue skies to Sharky. I'll tell you what, if you've not been to the Fleet Air Arm Museum, we do recommend that you do that. Fleet Air Arm is pretty cool. So yes, and also a new era for Marham as well came, as we mentioned earlier today. The first Tornado GR1 to be delivered to Marham was ZA601. That was on the 24th of April 1982. That came from Warton, and in preparation for the reformation of 617 Dambusters Squadron, who are still here today, and they brought the first 4 of the F-35Bs, but we'll get to that. They stood up on the 1st of January 1983 as a Tornado Squadron, shortly followed by 27 Squadron, who reformed at Marham on the 12th of August 1983. 57 Squadron disbanded at Marham on the 30th of June 1986, leaving just 55 Squadron as the last Victor K2 unit, K being a tanker. They left in November of 93, and while the Tornado legacy began at Marham and the Victors one coming to an end, the Canberras were still going, man. They were still going. Literally from the 50s, and in December 1993 more Canberras arrived. 39 Squadron, 1 photographic reconnaissance unit arrived at Marham with its Canberra PR7s and PR9s. Again, we spoke briefly about the designations. I think it was CPR 1, 2, 3, 4 mentioned about GRs and FGRs. Well, PR stands for photographic, R for reconnaissance. I think that's what it stood for on the Canberras, PR being photographic reconnaissance. So this lasted until 31st of July 2006, and that was literally ending 52 years of Canberra operations. So as we go into modern times, 2018 saw 617 Dambuster Squadron arrive at Marham with the first of the 4 F-35Bs, and the beloved Tornado retired March 2019. Nearly 4 decades of being in operation and keeping the UK and fellow allies safe was that Tornado. Long live the Tornado. It's still going. I think Italy and Germany still have it. Sharky's Sea Harrier is at Duxford. I will so be there. He was literally the Royal Navy's version of Maverick. Actually, that does make sense. He is Top Gun Maverick, because obviously Top Gun, the theme, although it's military aviation, it is based on the story of Navy. Oh my word. Right, how we doing here? What we doing? What we saying? What's going on? Marham, talk to me. What we doing? Are we having any more departures is what I'm saying. Thanks Davey for that, that's wonderful. Right, I'm gonna go and charge the battery. I need a mag swap. Always keep your mags high, mate. Keep them full, innit? Oh my word. Your mini or your low? Ted, how you doing, mate? Bet Ted's hanging on. So, 2 F-35Bs, 2 departures, 2 vertical landings, and a Red Arrow, a Hawk T1. Whew. just sit down here, shall I? Oh my word, I just... Cool, thanks for that, man. Chris, thank you. There's 4. Another PD coming up. Oh my word. Well, the wind has the gusting winds have just got worse. Well, we do have possibly a practice diversion. I think it's safe to say, from Cranwell and RAF Phantom. Cranwell 3-3. No idea how I'm going to film this now. Let's try. And well, tomorrow's going to be fun because it's supposed to be worse, so good luck. We've got some windy situations going on. Well, I'll do my best. Here she is now. Here we go. Right high. Isn't crosswind, it's some really strong headwinds for them, so that's not really going to be an issue. It is for me up here. It's certainly a crosswind for me. Phenom T1 from RAF Cranwell, 45 Squadron there, giving it some. Thank you very much. Again, just like Waddington, where we wait for the canopies on the Reds. Not always though, not always guaranteed that though with the canopies opening here, but it gives you a little bit of hope, a little bit of excitement there. Oh my word. I'll just turn that around there. Looks like it's coming back round for another approach. So we've got a few circuits at the moment. again for another go. Approach. So the crew and pilot training on this, so this is one of the other platforms. This is the multi-engine platform, so RAF Cranwell. So the pilot's career would start off with elementary, so like the Grob Tutor, then the Prefect at Cranwell, and stay at Cranwell with this, the Embraer Phenom, to move on to the likes of the A400, the heavy. So after this, all being well, they will go to 24 Squadron, which is an operational conversion unit. So they're the OCU for the C-17 and the A400, etc. So a multi-engine platform. So the next aircraft, all being well, goodness me, will be the A400 or C-17. So yeah, dare I turn round? I'll probably the end of the stream if I just turn around. So we're gonna just hang in there now. Coming back round again for another practice. Probably one that we seen yesterday at RAF Waddington. Hopefully this wind calms down at least tomorrow. It really is hard work, trust me. Trying to work in the wind, it's not the nicest. But you don't fight the elements, you work with it. That's what I've learned anyway, you just go with it. If you want to learn how to do it, you just get yourself in there. Go this time. Good effort, especially in this, but like I said, it is strong, but it's a headwind, which isn't bad. Tailwind might be a bit emotional, but definitely crosswind in this would be a little bit on the flipping a pancake, you know, scenario. Look at those lovely, 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 lovely. Whew. Right, how are we doing? What we're doing? What we're saying? Probably going around for another circuit. Darren WS 111. I'm all good, man. Just trying to hang on. Now it is. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Denzel Hughes, Alex Black Cat. I'm all good. I'm all right. I'm all good. I'm just hanging on. So, like I said, I'm not going to turn around because I probably you probably won't see me again. That wasn't flying straight, was it? It wasn't flying forward. Thanks, Perry, for the list of aircraft. For those that are looking at the list, you'll be surprised there weren't any Lancasters based here. I really wanted to show you the Sterling that I've got today, but never mind. There'll be plenty of time to show that off. I know it must be like a you must get the gist that nearly every stream that it's extremely windy on my shows. Everywhere I go, literally, it is like, it's quite uncanny really. Like I go to Whole Beach, go everywhere, it's just anywhere I go it's just extreme winds no matter where I am. It's yeah, it does get a bit tiresome. It does get a little bit like, oh, not again. It just makes it so much harder. And for the next few days, I think for the rest of the week, it's this is the trend. And I do think, oh my word. And that, I don't think that this bird is meant to go this way. I don't think it was proposing to go this way. I think it's been forced to just get chucked down there. It was round that so soon, never mind. Woo! Oi oi Bob, how you doing? Hope you're good. Denzel Hughes, Margot, Denzel, how's it going? How you all doing there now? Who else we got here? Where did the lawn eating robot go? I'm not sure, it's gone now. It's he had a good time, ate a few, did a few circuits and left. tell you what, when it's turning on final, I bet that is a bit of a push. I mean, the wind played a major part as well in the bombing campaign in World War II, especially night flying as well, just throwing the aircraft way off course. Oh look, the sun's come out as well. Well, that's alright then. The sun's out. That's fine. Don't worry about the 45 miles per hour gusty winds. Yep. What is that gusting out? 45 surely. Or at least 4. It's got to be high 30s, man. That is just ridiculous. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a windsock point upwards. It's actually blasting upwards. It's definitely gusting at I could listen to the 80s. You have a little listen. Oh my word. What's the latest on the 80s? You know what I mean, mate? No gusting info.
Cloud broken at 2,500 feet and fine air temperature +13.
Sometimes it has the gusts.
1008 IMS unsearchable. End of Marham
How we doing over there? bang on in there at the minute. Whew. I'll just go and grab a quick cup of tea before it creates into a bit of surf. The Embraer's gone. Yeah, that one's gone. That's pretty bad, that. Oh man. I'll tell you what, if I'm going to try and eat my food, I think it's going to end up already in my mouth. Oh my word. Quickly go and grab my lunch while it's calmed down. Denzel Hughes, how you doing? Hope you're good. I've been trying to Yeah, that's you know, I only came across that with the First World War. This booklet I've got of the First World War. Not all of them were, by the way. So Denzel's asking about the airships. Some was like the Zeppelin and like the Hindenburg style. Yeah, I'm good, thanks, Davey. I'm good. I don't know too much about it. Well, what I can say, I mean, the First World War airships, basically those long balloons that look like giant drop tanks, basically. You know, that was during sort of 1917, 1916, especially the Zeppelin raids as well from Germany. But places like Farnborough was one, Cardington, where they made them. You've also got, you may have seen pictures with markings NS9, the North Sea 9 airship. NS9 was built in 1917 at Kingsnorth airship station in Medway. And that particular one was quite I mean, that features the roundel on the fin. That was literally patrolling the convoys, patrolling the North Sea, protecting convoys and hunting literally for U-boats. They also made portable airship hangars as well, again at Farnborough. Cool. And you've also got the RNAS, the Royal Naval Air Service airship station at Kingsnorth in Medway. That was established just before the outbreak of the war, and there's some wonderful images of this. It's something that I haven't gone into too much detail, but you'll find that Cardington Royal Airship Works at Bedfordshire manufactured airships in the First World War, and they're massive. They are long. They're long hangars, of course, to fit the airships in, and it's quite amazing. And the airship shed, that one at Cardington, that one was actually moved to Pulham, Norfolk, to a site in 1928. You've also got a Sea Scout airship as well. Again, lots of these, not necessarily making an airfield as such for that, but some of the airstrips, some of the airfields for the airships were eventually turned, like Cardington, that was eventually made into an RFC station, and then of course Royal Air Force. Right, I'm going to try and get, I mean, that is just ridiculous, that wind, isn't it? Thanks a lot, Dr. Daniel Roberts, Leah, Gaza. How you doing, Gaza? Denzel Hughes, Gary Inge. Welcome to the show, not Captain Weber. Welcome back. Thanks to all of you. Hope we're all good. Margot, Gary, Blocks. Oi, oi. They are interesting. They are indeed. And one of the things to think about, some of the propaganda posters, you know, of the Luft, you know, the Germany's airships were quite savage. You know, they were like baby killers and things like this, and they'd use the corridor of the Wash to literally guide them into London or head north. It was quite interesting, and hence a lot of the airships were patrolling the North Sea. Right, I'm going to try my best to try and escape to get something to eat while I'll come back and guard the camera. Oh man, but we'll wait until 1500 and see how we get on. All right, and then we're thinking about packing up for the day. I don't think my lunch is even going to last up here. time now. Yeah, it's been pretty good fun if you think about what we've had in the last 48 hours. F-16C fighting Falcons, the German Air Force German Air Force Eurofighter EF-2000s, and they are different to the Royal Air Force's Typhoon FGR-4s. They are missing the IRST, pretty cool. The Chingu from the French Navy, the Embraer Phenom, the little tiddly P-28 Piper, the Shadow R1, the Red Arrows T-1As, F-35Bs vertically landing, a mixed formation of combined F-16 and Typhoon, you know, the Eurofighters. That's amazing. I've never seen that before. What else did we got? What else did we have? Sorry. Yeah, just in 48 hours. That's quite a lot, really. A nice mix of aircraft, definitely. And of course the Phenom as well. And one Red Arrow here as well, Red 8. You know, just to mix it up. It's been good. I don't know if that's a canopy up on that one or not. I don't know. Looks like the ladder's down on it as well. Oh, hello. Come on. Davey, how you doing as well? Good to see you on here. Right, come on. What's going on here? What's going on? So don't forget to visit tedconingsby.co.uk for official Ted Coningsby merchandise Let us know in the comments what you've purchased in the past and what you'd like in the future. Go for it, put it on, come on. And so yeah, if you've purchased in the past, let us know what you got and let us know what you're thinking about purchasing in the future. So let's have a look. Got one canopy up, so let's have a look. Is that just the one canopy up? Could be. You never know. So, what have I got that on? Have I got that on ground? Will I be doing a red flag? Well, will I be going abroad is probably another matter, but not yet. One day I'd like to, but it's going to need a bit of authorization to do that. Going to need some paperwork to get stuff like that. Wibs, Fweep t-shirt and Special Ops. Both amazing, thank you very much. Trucker caps, Diesel Dan. Not Captain Weber's got all the keychains, a couple of t-shirts, lanyard, bobble hat, wristband, patches, nice. Through Storms blue sweater, nice. Oh, bless Daniel Roberts, thank you very much. If anyone is considering a purchase, please be assured that your order will be packed with care and sent by the fastest backwards crow. Well, right now they're going to be super lightning quick backwards, of course. And Leah's Freak t-shirt. Denzel Hughes, no. So they have a starboard probe, just like the F-35C. They've got a starboard probe that ejects out of the probe envelope. It opens out just like the Typhoon as well. Same side as the Typhoon as well, for your information. So they're not behind the cockpit, no, they're just to the right. Ted's picnic hamper. We've got all sorts. We've got from picnic hampers to, you know, underwear here. Vicky Wassel, how you doing? Good to see you on here. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're well. Obviously, you've probably been here all the time, and I just happen to miss your chats on the stream because I'm not always in the chat room due to the way it is. Oh, bless Leighton Prado. Oh, Ted and Nichols, I think RAF should give yourself and Ted a Typhoon to visit bases with while you're travelling. I love that. Yeah, me and Ted's own Typhoon, right? Goodness me, yeah, that'd be cool, wouldn't it? That's good. That's very good, Leighton. Very good. Not Captain Weber. Yeah, like a messenger bag, a satchel. Yeah, I did think of that as well. Maybe, possibly one day. Yeah, don't forget, if you're a fan of the F-35B and fan of our catchphrases like "ain't no bother to hover," then that's available. Of course, the Ted Foon print, yeah, definitely. Gary Inge. Nikos, what was your best stream you've ever done in the past? Ooh, very good question. Do you know what? One that I really felt amazing was my first ever Cosford stream, and I'll tell you why. Because I never had what was it? How many did we? Do you know, I should know this, but I've never seen 2 digits K watching in my life. It was something like 10.7K watching the Red Arrows, and I remember that it was the Red Arrows at Cosford, and I was a bit nervous because we were given that responsibility to stream it officially. It was my first go at it, and I know our last one at Cosford had 15.7K watching at one point, and again that was on the Reds. It's the fact that always will give me a warm feeling of, wow, that was amazing. It was 10.7K, yeah, thank you. And for me, that is probably the best stream I've ever done, not because of what was going on. Yes, it's an air show, and I've never seen that before, and I think for me that has got to be the best stream, and especially the best feeling I've ever had, because I've never seen that in my life. It was crazy. And the first Cosford stream, it started to go, in fact it had like 2,000 subscribers just gone. I remember those were the days where we used to get count the thousands, it would be like a massive landmark. I'm not taking that for granted at all in any way. It's the fact that those were the exciting times of watching every single subscriber was so it was like, wow, another one and another one. What happened at Cosford, it skipped. It went from 52 to 54, I think it was, 54K. And I was thinking, well, what happened to 53K? It just went nuts. And I could not believe, for me, that is probably the most unbelievable stream I've ever done, because of the numbers, because of what was going on. Yeah, we ship globally. Yeah, very good question. Goodness me. I don't know how they. I'll tell you what. Someone's asked. Is it Andrew Austin asking about what's the hardest aircraft to refuel? It always freaks me out watching the Ospreys get refueled. Think about it. It's like having some sort of blender. And then you're gonna get a hose to try and get onto the probe. It just looks mental. Yeah, that I'm not saying it is, that's not your answer, but I always find that one fascinating. Phantom Fixer, thank you very much for your super chat. Woo! Yeah, that was crazy. Anyway, just looking at the F-35 with the canopy. That said, that canopy was open earlier, wasn't it? So, meh, come on. Nice one, Perry. Perry's just let me know that Cosford stream has over 213,000 views. You can go back and watch it on YouTube. Nice, yeah, that's right. Go back and watch it. Put a few more views on there. Woo! Doctor, if Ted retired from the show and opened a pub next to Coningsby car park, what would it be called? And the dog waved, yes. Yeah, thanks, Perry. Yeah, lots of good ideas about the merch. I will take that into consideration. I was even thinking about having a pin badge of the Tedmobile as well. There's quite this, I mean, it's endless. You can pretty much do anything. But I like the pub question. What would the pub be called? The Leaping Salmon. And I'll tell you what, it's not original because Ted and I and Claire stayed at a place in Harrowby called the Leaping Salmon, which was hilarious. Was it Horror-Bridge? It might have been Horror-Bridge, actually. I always get those mixed up. Horror-Bridge, Harrowby, they're quite near each other in the Yelverton area of Dartmoor. Denzel Hughes, another good question. If you could sit with a pilot from the past and chat, who would it be? Ooh. Well, it's going to have to be posthumously promoted pilot officer, Rawdon Ron Hugh Middleton of all, definitely. And can I throw in one more? I never got the opportunity. Ed Cottrell and Ron Hugh Middleton, definitely, 100%. Those two, please. Thank you. Beret down, that's a good one. Some good names on there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that canopy has been up, down, up, down, up, down. Was that not the one that was dragged out for the flexing? Yeah, there we go. But that's so we've got another 22 minutes before we finish up. The Oi Oi pub, there's some good ones. Right. Now the canopy's gone down again, so there we go. The B-29 was actually the designation to the RAF was called. In fact, why don't I just show you? Hang on. Yeah, the Boeing Washingtons, although a B-29 in its original manufactured form, each country had its own designation. Even the B-17 in the Royal Air Force was called the Boeing Fortress, and then it was Marks 1, 2 and 3. The A-20 Havoc in the Royal Air Force was called the Boston. There was, and even today, the Eurofighter is called different things in different countries. Let me show you a 115 Squadron, as it's so heavy, that ain't going anywhere for the levy. Let's have a look at you. It's all about Joe Satriani, isn't it? Oh, right. So Coningsby had these as well, and Marham. This is indeed a Boeing Washington, and they called this the Washington in the Royal Air Force Service. There's no other difference to it other than the name. That's it. And of course the Royal Air Force markings. This is the markings of 115 Squadron who were based. And that was it. And it was literally, the Avro Lincoln literally came out way too late. The Boeing Washington. It came out a bit too late. It's one of those interesting things, really. But there we go. The B-29 was proven. And the Royal Air Force, I think they ordered around about 80 odd. 83 or something like that. But in its natural state, it is called a Boeing B-29 Super Fortress. And like I said, for me, as a head-to-head, 5 times cost-wise, 5 times more than the Avro Lincoln. Look at this, to those little engines, those propellers going there now. Look at it, beautiful. But that, if you think about the wingspan, it's massive. The wingspan at 141 feet and 3 inches, it's 43.05 meters for those that do that. Powered by those beautiful, massive Wright R3350, the 23 duplex Cyclone. They were 18 cylinder air cooled as well. They were turbo supercharged. They were radial piston engines, 2200 horsepower. And I'll tell you what couldn't it take? And of course, we all know what it did. And the maximum speed was 357 miles per hour. But the thing is, it also carried a lot of ordnance. It wasn't just the Hiroshima and Nagasaki and all that kind of stuff that it did other raids, which completely really was, well, it kind of ended it, didn't it, really? Length of 99 feet, 30 meters. Goodness me. Crew of 11 as well. Massive history. You know, and September 1941, the United States Army Air Forces, you know, their plans was to literally sort this out. And the Air Force planning throughout 1942 and early 43 continued to have B-29s deployed initially against Germany, but of course that switched and ended up in the Pacific theatre as well. On the 5th of June 1944, the B-29s raided Bangkok. It did a lot of raid. You know, it's literally it's something we don't really talk about much, really. Of course, naturally, because they didn't really. I mean, listen to that. You know, we need to go to the Pacific for that kind of thing. They didn't really take off from here to carry out all the raids, so to speak. They switched. It was initially to head for Germany, and this weighs a ton, by the way. Listen to them. Woo! Goodness me. Right, I've got a funny feeling. I think, damn, I don't think we're going to get anything else. I think that is it. 2 it is. We'll do another 15 minutes and then call it a day. But yeah, what an aircraft, man. What an absolute aircraft. Adam Thompson, oi oi from Marham Tower, oi oi. Leah, thank you very much. Pub landlord. My parents used to, well, it was a restaurant and a pub, if that makes sense. Had a separate sort of pub area. Goodness me, that was in Dorset. How's Marham Tower doing? Hope you're all good up there. Oi, oi. Yeah, thanks a lot, Perry, for the info there. Hope we're all good and well. Just picking Perry's brains quickly, because I'm pretty sure he told me something I never got to well, I'll just wave to the tower. Right, I think that could be it. Well, we've had fun, and that's the thing. It's not, you know, for our regulars, they know the drill. All right, Ted, be careful, mate. All right, it's a no beret guards marches, unfortunately. There's Teddy. Look at him. He does. I'll tell you what. When he hasn't got his beret, he's absolutely uncontrollable. Phantom Fixer Guards March. Thanks a lot for the super and a high five for that one. While at Red Flag in February. Seeing the Foons from Ted HQ was great. Would have been nice to see Ted and Nikos there. I know. One day. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much. Guards March. And Aaron R, thank you for being a member for 20 months. Oi oi, the big 20. Also Paul Mayers, Guards March, thanks a lot for the super. Thanks Ted Nikos, thank you very much Paul. Alan Q, thanks a lot for the super as well. Ian Cook, thank you very much for 21 months membership. Fantastic to see them land like that, Nikos. Thank you, yeah, it is amazing, I love it. EP65, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And Margot as well with another super, thank you very much indeed. Guards March to Marham Tower, Guards March, thank you very much. And also everyone else at Marham as well, all crew, all personnel, Guards March. So we've just got about 8 minutes left of the show to catch a startup, otherwise we're gonna be gone with the wind. Listen to that. And to be honest, I wasn't, I nearly not came here today, or at least literally like not did a stream today, because the weather looked pretty ghastly with rain. I mean, adding this amount of wind and rain is just not a nice experience. Wind that. Yeah, that's at 87. I was close. I think I said 83, didn't I? About that. Not bad. Whew. That's pretty bad. I'm surprised they're even flying in this, to be honest. Thanks a lot, Leah. Yeah, you know, I just thought, I just mentally and physically prepared oneself to go for it. I thought, go on, just, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. Would be nice just to get this canopy open, the one right on the right in the centre of the screen. That'd be cool. That would be pretty nice, but that's the way it is, you know. And you know, at the end of the day, we got 2 vertical landings, which were really cool. yeah, the aerodrome's open till 21:30, but that's not to say they're flying all day. It's just the way it is. So with this, the nature of 5th gen, you can do a lot of sim work, I would imagine. Tried at the end of the day, isn't it? That's the way it is. Yep. Red 8, we also seen Red 8 today. That was kind of cool. That was really good. But yeah, it was really, you know, it's good fun, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's what it's all about. But yeah, nothing we can do now. That's pretty much it for today, I would imagine. But still got a couple of minutes. Might as well hang on. You never know. Anything can happen. Watch out. Hello. Right, I think that is it, lady. Let me just check. I bet you there's a canopy open. Nope, there you go, that's fine. That's fine. There we go. We gave it a shot, and it's been a couple of hours now since, goodness me, I mean, when did they start? What time did they start? 9 o'clock-ish? And yeah, that's been our only departure. So we've done well. We're here. We've done what we can. It's time for a kebab. Oh yeah. Right, I'm just going to check I've got all the guards marches before we go. Goodness me, is that even safe on there like that? Is that all right? Goodness me, it's well, I've done all right. It's clearly hung on. Everything's done well. So there we go. Everything is still on the van. Nothing has fallen. There we go. So I'll just double check there isn't any other guards marches that I've missed. No, we're all up to date with that one. So thank you very much. But if you do throw one in now, I'll give you a guards march, no worries. There we go. If you got any questions just before I go, I was in the mood to hang in there till 4 o'clock, 1600, but not in this. This is ghastly, but there we go. I hope you're all good and enjoyed the show. So yeah, there we go. So thank you very much. And if you got any questions, we can have a bit more, and we can stay on for a few more minutes if you want. But I think our job's done here. We've had a good laugh at the end of the day. So all is good. But yeah, Ted and I are going to wrap this up. Just checking the chats, making sure that I haven't missed anyone, missed any questions or anything like that. Hope you're all good. But you're welcome, everyone. I bet you when I go and turn this off, there'll be a startup. But that's fine, because my little 10 advert lasts about 2 minutes. So it could be, you know, one of those things where it gets a little bit on the old delay. So there we go. So they're not quite on nights. They're flying late because the NOTAM starts at early in the morning. So they're on late. It's probably the right word. So yeah, it's been good. We had a couple of F-35s as well. But yeah, they're not actually on nights. They are flying late. Because the aerodrome opens around 9:30. Just check the NOTAMs and it will tell you. But there we go. But yeah, overall, I know, hanging in there, that's what it's all about. You've got to hang in there, so there we go. So thank you very much. I think we are good to go. Glastonbury. Yes, I'll tell you what, their cider's lovely. The orchard pig, that's a good one. That is good. Oh dear, lovely. Right, Margot, how you doing? Hope good. Have a good rest of the day. Chris Bloxham as well. Hope you're well. Captain A, the wind's got to me, man. Right, I think we're good. I think that's it. Ted, where are you, mate? Ted's not got his berry at the moment because of the wind, but there we go. So RAF Marham, thank you very much for today, and we'll see you soon and wish you well. And of course, to all our viewers and members, thank you very much. Big salute to all of you. So my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby without his beret, because the wind is that bad. It'll probably end up on tower, and it'll probably need its own call sign. Beret 1, Beret 1. Oh dear, the wind really does affect the mind. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well, take care, see ya. Right, let's go, Teddy. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2.
We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.